those of you here in the auditorium know that once everybody is signed in, we'll begin our meeting, and it's obviously just a few minutes after 9 this morning. Thanks for your patience. If you plan on speaking on an item on the agenda, please sign in so that our clerk to the board has your names and we can make sure that process moves along smoothly and fairly. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, April 4th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We begin each of our meetings with an invocation, and today we have Captain Damian Gibson, our USAFA chaplain, here to lead us. Please join if you'd wish.
I invite you all to pray with me. Father, as we bow our heads in your presence, we are reminded that whatever we do in thought, word, and deed, that it be done for your glory. We cheer and celebrate these commissioners, for you say 2 is better than 1, and if one falls down, the other will pick them up. Let this community and nation be one that stops to help, lift, and carry the hurts and heartaches and pains of our neighbors. Help us to continue to honor the patriots in this room and as we serve those in the community. Give us a civility built upon integrity that brings consistency in beliefs, actions, and service to our fellow neighbors. I pray for your wisdom through the sometimes difficult decisions that are made to pave a better future for our Colorado Springs and our future sons and daughters. And lastly, teach us how to embrace the things that lead to peace as you instruct us how to fulfill your purposes here on earth and to bring healing and unity to our hurting and divided nation and world. Give your servants the grace to accomplish the task at hand in spite of threats to liberty and justice for all. Amen, and God bless you all.
Amen. Thank you for your patience this morning. We wanted to make sure everyone who was here expecting to speak had a chance to sign in and that we could move that smoothly. So thanks for your patience and starting a bit late. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items.
Item number 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of a few changes to today's agenda. We will consider item number 10 after item number 5, and then proceed to item number 9, and then go back to the regular agenda. And our next meeting will be today at 1:00 p.m. for the land use meeting.
Thank you. Item number 5.
Item number 5 is the consent calendar consisting of items 5A2 through 5B2. And Madam Chair, we had one correction, a request for a correction to item number 5I, which should read to reflect the amount of the release as $73,694.29. And that will need to be included in the motion, please.
Thank you. And to clarify on that item, the backup materials were correct. It's just the actual printing of the item number in the agenda, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the published documents backup were absolutely in line
Correct.
with what we'll be voting on. Great. So are there any members of, actually, I will, are there any members of the public wishing to speak on any items on the consent agenda? Items 5A through V2. Okay, any online? Okay, hearing none, I will come up here for any comments from commissioners on any of these items. I will be looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 5A1 to 5V2 with the change in 5I, changing the amount from $74,694.29 to $73,694.29.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. And just for the record, Commissioner Williams is joining us online, so she is present. I will call the roll. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The consent calendar passes 5-0. And as mentioned by our clerk to the board earlier, we will be considering item number 10 next.
Item number 10 is the proclamation recognizing National Public Health Week 2023. Cami Bremer, Chair, Board of County Commissioners.
All right, if we have anyone here from Public Health that would like to move forward as I read this proclamation. I'd like to move the following proclamation recognizing National Public Health Week 2023. Whereas the theme for National Public Health Week 2023 focuses on the ways community and culture shape our health from the communities in which we are born to the ones we build together. Whereas a top priority of the Board of El Paso County Commissioners is to promote opportunities for a safe, strong, and healthy community. And whereas the mission of El Paso County Public Health is to promote and protect the health of the public and environmental quality across El Paso County through people, prevention, and partnerships. And whereas the vision of El Paso County Public Health is for all El Paso County residents to live in thriving communities where every person has the opportunity to achieve optimal health. And whereas health is an individual and community responsibility that includes a wide range of factors that impact both physical and mental health, including healthy eating, physical activity, stress management, mental health, and avoiding substance abuse. And whereas the El Paso County Public Health works with cross-sector partners to identify and implement strategies to support individual and community health. And whereas public health agencies have a responsibility to assess data and provide objective information and resources to support individuals in making the most informed choices for their unique health needs. And whereas we thank El Paso County Public Health staff for their hard work and dedication to keeping our communities healthy and safe. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of El Paso County, Colorado, proclaims April 3rd through 9th National Public Health Week in El Paso County, Colorado. Done this 4th day of April 2023 at Colorado Springs, Colorado. Signed, Cami Bremer, Chair, Carrie Geithner, Vice Chair, Lohinos Gonzalez Jr., Stan Vanderwerf, and Holly Williams, members, and attested to by Steve Schleicher, Clerk and Recorder.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Are there any other comments?
I would like to play a video if we're ready to play that, and then I do have a few comments. And my name is Susan Whelan, Public Health Director, El Paso County Public Health.
Public health. Our mission to protect public.
Okay, sure, no problem. So good morning, commissioners. It's been a while since I've been before you, and it's so nice to see you all, and you look lovely in all of your blue to celebrate Child Abuse Prevention Month as well. I have some of my team members here, and I'd like to introduce them and say a little bit about the work that they do in the community. I have Becca Bernhardt. She is with our youth substance use prevention program, and she's a youth substance use prevention planner, which is a community-led coalition working to prevent youth substance use. And it also incorporates youth input and engages youth in prevention efforts. El Paso County Public Health received national recognition at the National Association of Counties Conference for the Teen Advisory Board's work amplifying youth voice in the community in 2021. And in 2022, we partnered with the Fountain Police Department to host a drug take-back a few days, and we collected almost 300 pounds of unused or expired prescription drugs. And also Commissioner Gonzalez is part of the governing board for Communities That Care as well. So we have also our care coordination team. If you want to step up here, just so as I'm introducing you, they know who you are. Emily Maney, she is our program manager with maternal and child health. Bertha Castillo Bustos is a care coordinator. Aaron Gilmore is a care coordinator, and Jamal Powell is a care coordinator. They help individuals navigate and access critical support services and resources to support long-term mental and physical health. They combine individualized care and also personalized approaches to meet the unique needs of individuals and families. This team is dedicated to providing connections such as housing, transportation, financial assistance, access to care, and access to food, and more. And they have provided, since 2022 in February, 715 total referrals, and those are to many different organizations helping people get connected to the care in the community. We also have our nurse family partnership. We have Stephanie Dodson, who is a nurse family partnership nurse, and our nurses are specifically trained nurses to improve the health, well-being, and self-sufficiency of low-income first-time parents and their children in El Paso and Taylor counties. Nurses visits homes and also help out with during pregnancy and until their child is age 2. They also help with healthy pregnancies and babies and parenting skills, strong support networks, and new and expecting moms and their babies. They set family goals for achieving those goals, and they also provide many referrals in the community as well. They seen 2,314 families in 2022. We also have our environmental health division director, Rory Kroger, the environmental health director, and that program is all about protecting the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, and places that we live, work, and play. I know that some folks were wondering about air quality yesterday and made some comments, and there was an advisory out related to some of the wind and the smoke in the air, but they cover a lot of ground in El Paso County. A fun fact about that program: in the last few years, they see the highest number of wastewater treatment permits issued in El Paso County, and that was a total of 642 on-site wastewater treatments permits in the state. Last but not least is our immunization mobile outreach nurse, Monica Sadowski. And we respond to numerous different disease outbreaks in the community, and some of those are monkeypox or invasive strep pneumococcal disease, COVID, and we respond meeting people where they are to be vaccinated if they're interested in receiving a vaccination, getting them connected. And in 2022, we provided 3,333 immunizations through the mobile outreach, and it's a very small team with some part-time nurses, and Monica is the lead. And so that's a little bit of a snapshot of what public health does in all El Paso County communities. And I wanted to thank the Board of Health for your leadership with public health in all of the communities. Commissioner Bremer, you serve as a member of the Board of Health, and commissioners, you all know that, but maybe people that are listening or in the audience don't know that, as well as Commissioner Gonzalez. And so thank you for your service. This week, National Public Health Week, we always bring it to customizing our local themes and highlighting the work of our staff and our teams. And it's really about celebrating the work that they all do. They work tirelessly, and this is just this is really just a handful of individuals that are employed by the county and provide such good service. And I also, I apologize, I did not mention, but our public information officer, Michelle, as well as our deputy communication officer to Pamela as well. They're always providing a lot of support and leadership throughout, but I tremendously am grateful for the employees that we have and all of the work that they do to contributing to community health. And I think it's just critically important. They are steady at work 24/7, whether it's monitoring diseases or helping people get connected and really meeting people where they are, providing the critical services to help everyone thrive in El Paso County. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be before you today.
Thank you. And do we think that video is going to run smoothly? Okay. Let's take a look at the video, please.
At El Paso Public Health, our mission is to promote and protect public health and environmental quality across El Paso County through people, prevention, and partnerships under the leadership of the Board of Health.
If you're not healthy, you can't really work. And if, kids aren't healthy, they can't really go to school and learn. So at the most fundamental level, you need health in order to be a productive member of society.
I think until COVID hit, a lot of people really didn't pay attention to what public health does in the community. And the fact that the county, the cities, and public health all came together to do what was best for the citizens immediately. They knew they couldn't wait 6 months or a year to figure it out, but it's just been a great building opportunity for those relationships to come to the forefront, and I hope they stay there for our community.
Bringing people together, making strong community connections, and building strategic partnerships to support the health of our community is what we do every day.
RISE have 70 plus coalition members, and so to be able to work with them, to help them with their visions and missions as well, so they helping us. We're a team, and we're all serving the same population of people.
Prevention is at the core of public health initiatives, from healthy food and exercise to community-wide efforts to support mental health, wellness, and resilience. We all play a part in ensuring the health of our community.
The fact that the community and public health brings together all of these partners and collaborative efforts, we know those resources. They're now a warm handoff, not just, hey, call this number. It's an actual warm handoff that's happening because we have that collaboration going on in our community.
At the end of the day, it's people who are at the heart of El Paso County Public Health. This dedicated team works tirelessly to realize our vision for all El Paso County residents: to live in thriving communities where every person has the opportunity to achieve optimal health.
Public Health has produced a space for us to all get together and say, let's do this under one banner of hope, under one banner of help, under one banner of healing for our community. And Public Health made that possible.
I also wanted to mention that UCCS, University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, produced that video free of charge for public health. So I'm grateful to them as wonderful partners.
Great. Are there any other members of the audience or staff members wishing to speak on this item before I bring it up here? All right. Commissioners. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, come on, you guys. You should have been a little more bold and a few of you came up and spoke, but it's all good. Hey, I do want to say, though, thank you for all the work that you do. It's certainly obvious we've had a couple of challenging years here in the past few years, but you all stuck it out and really worked hard. And one of the things that I love, really love about the work you do is your focus on education so that citizens can make their own choices. But when they make choices, it's informed choices about what are the risks and what are the options. And I think that's really, really important. I appreciate also the comments that you've made. It really is about people and it really is about collaboration. That is so true. And I would actually encourage the public to actually go on the El Paso County Public Health website and tool around a little bit and look at what's on there, because it might surprise you about what kinds of resources are there. A couple that I just looked it up while we were all talking just to get a few of them. But there's guidance in there for businesses on how to run a business in a healthy way. You know, you got a lot of customers coming in, and, you know, how do you make sure that you don't turn into a spreader of something? Also, there's a lot in there about family education. I noticed, I didn't even know this, but you actually have a section on how to be safe when you travel internationally. How about that? You've got a section on international travel, a bunch of resources on nutrition, allergies, and also, you know, rabies announcements, things like that, when those happen. And then you've mentioned some of the other things like restaurant safety and water safety, which are all important. And it turns out in the overall mix of everything, it's a lot. There's a lot in there. And I just want to express my appreciation to all of you for doing all of that work. Keep on doing the great work. Keep on working for the community on behalf of the community so that we can remain safe from a variety of different things that can be harmful to us and to the video. You know, it's hard to be productive. It's hard to do the job you do if you're not healthy. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you all for the great work you do for our community and all healthcare workers across the country and the county for all the support you do for us. And I've gotten to work with a lot of you closely and appreciate all what you've done for us. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes, I am here, and just been told by my granddaughter that I'm obsessive about cleaning, so that's probably true. But I wanted to first compliment staff for the wonderful things they do. They work really hard to serve our community. We're really thankful for all they do. We are so glad that you are here, not in a COVID capacity, as that was a hard time as a commissioner. And finally, the favorite thing I think I enjoy looking at your website is the restaurant evaluations and inspections. So if you suspect that maybe you shouldn't be eating at your favorite Chinese restaurant because something didn't taste quite right, you can go on and see what's going on. And if it has had a bad rating, then you can change your restaurant. So I really enjoy the restaurant ratings the most. Thank you very much for all of the hard work staff does at the health department. We appreciate you.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I want to say thank you for the work you do in our community. I, too, am glad that we are not here just talking about COVID, but a lot of the other important work that public health does. I really appreciate Commissioner Williams' comments about restaurants. We all know that there are important roles to play in making sure that our community has confidence in those such places. So thank you for your work on that. And, you know, one of the things that we know today is that there's a lot of distrust after the pandemic, and that is something that I think is going to take some time. And it's not just with public health; it's with government in general. It's us. It's all institutions in the U.S. that are really struggling with that. So as I thank you, I would also ask and encourage you to continue that work of trust building in our community, looking for all the different resources that are out there. There's a lot of information now that we're seeing, whether from all kinds of different resources where we have an opportunity to take a look back and talk to our community openly and honestly about what we learned. So I just encourage you to continue that work. And again, thank you for your dedication to our community.
Thank you. And then some final comments from me. Susan, you have an incredible team behind you and around you, and I'm impressed with the culture of collaboration. Even just the fact that UCCS would volunteer to produce a video about some of the collaboration and work and pull in all those other people is actually a testament to what you do every day, all of you, in reaching out and staying connected to our community and connected to everyone in our community. It's quite impressive. I love the days I get to kind of see behind the scenes and shadow a few of you, or go to offsite or go to your site meetings, offsite for me, and see what's actually happening in your work groups, in your clinics. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the commitment that you all have. I'm grateful for the leadership, both of Susan and her team, Deanne. Please pass that along. I don't see her here today. And also of the Board of Health. We often end up with information overload a little bit in those meetings, and you all do a great job of helping us understand policy implications as we move forward, and a great job of understanding our community as those come about. I too am glad that this is a non-COVID focused Public Health Week, and that all of you have been able to get back to what you've always done and what you've always done excellently. And I'm glad that there's a little bit of a spotlight on you now. Continue to do that work for our community, and remember why you're doing it. And we're cheering you along. So congratulations, and I will call for a vote at this time. Are there any other comments? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. We will take an incredibly brief recess for a photo. And I'll call back to order this meeting of the County Commissioners. And we are now on item number 9.
Item number 9 is the proclamation recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. Stan Vanderwerf, Commissioner, Board of County Commissioners.
Good morning. For all of you that are here for Child Abuse Prevention Month, please come forward, but you're already doing it, which is outstanding. So please just continue. And I'll just wait a moment to make the motion. All right, Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to make a motion to approve the proclamation recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas in 2022, for El Paso County, 21,432 calls were made to the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Hotline, generating 16,313 referrals. And whereas in 2022, there were 5,569 assessments of abuse and neglect involving El Paso County children that met state statute for DHS child protection involvement. And whereas all of the more than 170,000 children in our community deserve to be valued, healthy and thriving. And whereas finding solutions for child abuse and neglect, a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, requires input and action from everyone because the well-being of our children today will shape the future of Colorado and our community. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse and neglect, and whereas all parents and caregivers need support sometimes, and supporting children and families early is far less costly to society and individuals than healing from trauma. And whereas parents, caregivers, family, friends, neighbors, employers, and others can work together to grow the 5 critical protective factors in families' lives: parental resilience, social connections, concrete support in times of need, knowledge of parenting, and child development and social and emotional competence of children. And whereas community leaders, policymakers, and elected officials play a unique role in building a community for kids by understanding the programs and policies that support child maltreatment prevention, listening to parents' needs, and examining community planning through this lens that builds healthy communities. And whereas effective prevention efforts succeed because of partnerships created among human service agencies, public health, the district attorney's office, schools, faith and civic organizations, the medical community, law enforcement, first responder agencies, the business community, nonprofits, and concerned citizens. And whereas everyone plays a role in preventing child abuse and neglect, helping to build thriving communities so that families and children may also thrive. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of El Paso County, Colorado, hereby proclaims April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in El Paso County. No matter where you live, everyone has the power to contribute towards a brighter tomorrow for all of our children. Done this 4th day of April 2023 at Colorado Springs, Colorado, the Board of County Commissioners of El Paso County, Colorado, signed Cami Bremer, Chair, Carrie Geithner, Vice Chair, Lejinos Gonzalez Jr., Stan Vanderwerf, and Holly Williams, members, and attested to by Steve Schleicher, County Clerk and Recorder. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for that proclamation. It was well read and wonderful. We really appreciate it. I'm Chris Garvin, Deputy Executive Director of Human Services, and behind me are some of our outstanding staff who don't do this job for recognition, but because they care for our community and for the children and families that we serve. We see that you have some pinwheels. I think I saw them there. We know that the pinwheel represents a whimsical, if I can get that word out, and stress-free childhood, which we hope that all children in El Paso County and our nation can have. So I'm going to introduce Katanya Jones, and she's going to give you some information.
Good morning, Commissioners. There we go. Hi, my name is Katanya Jones, and I'm the Director of Children, Youth, and Family Services for El Paso County DHS. Thank you again for having us here. Child safety is a cornerstone of any strong community. Arguably, it's the cornerstone for a strong community, and it's definitely one that El Paso County embraces. I want to thank DHS staff for helping to ensure child safety every day. We are the largest in the state. El Paso County is the largest in the state in regard to children and our volume. And this job couldn't be done without a strong leadership team. And I have a strong leadership team behind me. So I'd like to thank this group behind us. It's such important work and solid leadership. So we're so incredibly lucky in our county. We also want to thank our community partners who play a critical role in helping strengthen families and keep children safe. We are so proud of the innovative and engaging ways that we support strong and together families with child safety as priority number one. The collaboration and partnership with the community partners, church communities, and our large community of treatment providers is critical and greatly appreciated. The community at large also deserves thanks. There are many professionals who are mandatory reporters and many in the community who also step up to report their concerns of abuse and neglect. Those living in El Paso County have caring hearts for those who are most vulnerable. Last year in El Paso County, we had over 20,000 calls that were made to the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Hotline. We don't expect those calling the hotline to know about what child abuse or neglect looks like specifically. They only need to have a concern for a child. Every bit of information can help caseworkers see the bigger picture of what a family is experiencing. Sometimes our response is just to connect a family to additional resources. I also want to thank county leadership and the board. Your commitment to the safety, permanency, and well-being of children in our community. Thank you. You have long recognized the importance of child protection, and you continue to support DHS staff. We, of course, brought more of those famous pinwheels for you today, and we'll be planting them outside after the proclamation if we can, or at some point this morning. And of course, as Chris had already alluded to, for more than a decade, these pinwheel gardens have popped up in April around Colorado, as well as the country, as the national symbol of a bright and happy childhood that we want for all children. And of course, I can't end this day without mentioning the Child Abuse and Neglect Hotline. So if you suspect child abuse or neglect, please call the hotline at 1-844-CO4-KIDS, K-I-D-S. Again, that's 1-844-CO4-KIDS. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the audience or staff members who would like to take the opportunity to speak before I bring it up here? Okay. And as is our tradition, we will let Commissioner Vanderwerf, who read the proclamation, complete the comments right before the vote. Commissioner Williams.
Yes, I can start. I just wanted to thank, first of all of the workers. I think you do a fantastic job. It is a tremendous responsibility that you have to keep track of these kids and be able to make a decision that is very hard on families, and also make a decision that's always best for the child. So I wanted to thank you for that. I was just putting down some of the things in the proclamation. I guess this week I'm the concrete support, as my single parent son needed someone down here to help with his daughter. And so I'm down in Roswell taking care of my granddaughter, but that doesn't mean because I've raised 4 kids, I don't know as if I have any greater wisdom now that I'm a grandparent than I did when I'm a parent. I prefer to spoil, not to have to be the boss. So I'm kind of struggling with that, but I appreciate all that you do. And thank you for bringing this proclamation to our attention every year. Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the great work that staff does and our team does for our community. Yeah, I'm a board member on CASA, so I get to see we're working with the youth, and as a school teacher myself, before getting elected, understanding how we need to make sure that we're doing our number one job, which is taking care of that next generation, taking care of our youth and our children. And so this is something that hits home to everybody, I think, and I greatly appreciate that we're able to highlight this and all what we do for our youth and our children. And so that's for blessings and prayers for all our children in need. Thank you.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, a huge thank you for the work that you do in our community. As I was listening to the proclamation being read, I couldn't help but think how grateful I am for the family-centered approach that we have here in El Paso County. There is absolutely no substitute for loving and caring parents, but we know that sometimes that just doesn't work out for kids. And when that does happen, we want to have the ability to step in and protect those kids. I've said this from here before and in past years when we've done this proclamation, but it may not be known to everyone that my husband was a child that was abused. And so this is very near and dear to my heart. To know that there are protections for those in our community. We know that so many different things affect a parent's ability to care for their kids, whether it is mental health. We have a ton of military in our community. As a military spouse, I know how difficult it can be to be in those positions, and all of those extra stress factors, come into play. And so sometimes they do just need that little bit of help. And I'm just so grateful that we are there to just step in and help provide resources. As I said in our last proclamation, trust in government is at an all-time low in our country. It just is for lots of different reasons. And so to hear and have you come here today and talk about, sometimes it's just about connecting resources. We're not the enemy here. We're here to protect kids, but also support parents. And that just means so much that our community gets to hear what that perspective is today and how much you actually care about families as a whole, and doing everything that we can to do that. But all of the different factors, we have increased use of and legalization of drugs and all kinds of things that can become impediments to those parents, even when they love their kids. So I'm just really grateful for the resources and the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
My colleagues have said it so very well, and I too was going to highlight the family-centered approach, and that's somewhat of a protocol change in the last, I'd say, 5 to 10 years. And I'm very impressed with how here in El Paso County that we've kind of there's always work to be done, but we've really made huge strides in ensuring that that we can do our jobs while providing the tools necessary for thriving families to grow. I did bring my pinwheels, and many of you have heard my story before about finding these crushed pinwheels behind a toy box at my house. I have an 8-year-old son. And one of the things that struck me about finding these pinwheels after I had heard this presentation several times about the pinwheels symbolization of a whimsical and carefree and bright childhood, it kind of struck me that it's also a fragile one when I pulled a smushed one out and kind of unfolded it again. And that is where you all come in. And you are that bright light sometimes in those kids' lives. And I know that Katanya referenced the hard work and the professionalism and the care with which you do it. And I fully recognize that it's also a heavy burden. And there are days that are devastating with the situations you walk into every day. And I want you to know that you're appreciated for what you do and the professionalism with how you come alongside those families, even in the toughest situations. I also think it's a beautiful thing that we had your proclamation on the same day as the Department of Health, the Public Health Week, because I know that collaboration and partnership runs deep in both of these pieces of our organization. And oftentimes the stressors that my colleagues have talked about that sometimes lead to uncomfortable situations for child welfare, where children may be caught in the middle. Sometimes they're stressors that are easy to solve by helping a family get their food and get other things that are causing a stress in that family taken care of, and to have the wraparound services. So I know both you all at DHS and in the health department work hard with families to ensure that that can be the case. Thank you so much for being here today, and I will let Commissioner Vanderwerf wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to express my appreciation to my commissioner colleagues for their great comments, and also for the opportunity to read this proclamation. It means a lot to me to read it. It means a lot to our community that we work so hard at trying to address this child abuse challenge, which is everywhere. You know, you can find it. I can remember a little story here. I can remember when I was a kid, and I would go over to my friend's house. He was my best friend at the time. And, you know, it always felt like when I was in that house, there was some kind of tension in that house, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And I was young. It was not possible, really, for me to figure out, you know, what was happening. My friend, when he was 30 years old, told me finally what was going on in that house. And he was being abused by a family member. I watched my friend, when he was 30, in his 30s, cry about that. And that was not something I'd ever seen him do before. So when we talk about these long-term effects of child abuse, they really happen. I watched it happen in my friend. And it was in his 40s when he finally forgave that family member for the abuse that he had received. I'm glad that he was able to do that, but that was a decade after that person had passed away. It took that long for him to reconcile what he had been through. And I think that's just so illustrative of the long-term effects that can happen. And, you know, you don't know what happens. The child goes through that kind of abuse and for a long time can act out in unhealthy ways on other people, or maybe have doubt about themselves. And there's all these secondary effects that come from this, and it's just really bad. So the best thing, and we all know this, and you work so hard on this, is prevention and early intervention. Get a hold of it and deal with it, figure out a way to address it before it turns into something even bigger or long-lasting. And I know all of you work so hard on that. I also know your job is sometimes pretty difficult, because you're sometimes placed into a position, you go through the courts, and we actually have to go through a process of removing that child from a family, which none of us enjoy doing. That's a difficult thing, but it unfortunately sometimes is essential for the well-being of the child. And child safety, as I've mentioned before, is so important. I appreciate the comments that were made also about how important it is for families to be healthy, because when families are healthy, kids flourish. Those two are connected to each other. And, you know, one of my favorite things that you do, and there's so many programs you have and so many things that you do, but I've mentioned this before in the Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamations, is your Center on Fathering. Sometimes men find themselves in a place taking care of kids, and they're the sole caregiver. And, you know, they're not sure, you know, how to do everything. And there's resources in the county to help them as well. And I think that's really great. So I'm going to end with, I just want to make sure I've got the number right, because we want it to be a matter of public record. If anybody sees or thinks there's child abuse, if I heard this correctly, 1-844-CO, then the number 4, then KIDS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, awesome. So if anybody knows or thinks that they might see something that isn't looking right, that's the number to call, and then that's a way to get help. So again, thank you to all of you for all that you do in keeping our kids safe, which is a huge component of making sure our families and our community are healthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vanderwerf. And if I might, you reminded me of one thing I left out of my comments, actually. Of course, we don't want to see cases end up in the courts, but behind you all that are kind of the front line is also an entire arm of our county attorney's office that are experts at dealing with this and representing those kids. So I also wanted to let them know today, Kenny, if you could pass along to your staff, please, how appreciative we are of them and the close collaboration they have with you all. With that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. And I understand we have plans for a quick pinwheel planting outside. So we will recess. This will be a slightly longer recess. I hope we're back in 10 minutes or so for those of you in the audience waiting on another item. But we will recess for a photo up here, and then we'll do the pinwheel planting outside.
Thank you.
And once again, we will call this April 4th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners back to order. Again, thank you for your patience. And we are now on item number 6.
Item number 6 is comments by elected officials and commissioner liaison reports.
I'm going to start up here to give, oh, there's Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams, are you ready with comments by elected officials? Sure. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to, I had a good meeting last week with the Roswell, or not with the Roswell, with the Howells Road neighbors. And so I want to thank them for attending. And I do apologize for not being there today. We had a minor family issue. I had to come down to Roswell to be the grandmother on duty this week. And I do have the Pikes Peak Rural Water Authority tomorrow, and I'm going to pay close attention. I am hopeful on Thursday as the Senate considers a really obnoxious land use bill, which will be taking away power from local authorities. And then also on Thursday, I have the Statewide Transportation Advisory Committee. So those are my events for this week, and looking forward to being back next week too in Colorado Springs. And I did just want to mention today is the last day. Well, we have one more city council meeting that will be next Tuesday. And so last week I did go to a party honoring the retiring city council members, which include Wayne Williams, Bill Murray, Tom Strand, and Stephanie Finley Fortune. I would really, really appreciate all of the work that we've done with them, and I wish them well. And also, too, just remind everybody as that there is a city election today. It is important to vote and to exercise your right to vote. And so for those who are living within the city who are watching this meeting, I do encourage you today, the ballots must be turned in. They cannot be placed in the mail, and they must be placed in a drop box by 7 p.m. And I wish luck to all of those who are running. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for tomorrow, and some of my fellow colleagues may also be doing this, God bless you. I will be participating in the URA groundbreaking ceremony or witnessing it at Panorama Heights. And then also on Wednesday, the El Paso County Planning Commission meeting will be held. That'll be in the morning. Then on Monday next week, I will participate in the state's Homeland Security Advisory Committee meeting. And also on Monday, the Defense Mission Task Force meeting, which is a component of the Colorado Springs Chamber that deals with ensuring that our local military bases remain healthy and receive the services and so forth from the federal government. I appreciate Commissioner Williams' comments. Everybody, please vote. It's so important. It's your right. It's precious. If you voted, thank you very much. If you have not voted in the city elections, please do so. I voted late last week, and it's very important. And then for my fellow colleagues, commissioner colleagues, I'm going to be starting to work with the staff here on preparing ourselves for the National Association of Counties proclamations that we wish to pursue, and that conference will be in the summer. So I'm looking for my colleagues' engagement on that and making sure we have the types of proclamations and other activities that we want to have ready for the NACO Summer Conference. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to remind people to vote today. The numbers are very low, so please get out there and vote if you live in Colorado Springs. I have my State Board of Veteran Affairs meeting tomorrow, so I'll participate in that remotely. And then also participate, I guess, in the afternoon is the CCI's discussion on land use, which does appear to be taking away land use local authority. So it's something I believe that this board will be strongly opposing in those discussions tomorrow. And then as we are in Holy Week, for those that do celebrate, wish everybody and pray everybody has a wonderful Holy Week and Easter Sunday. Thank you and God bless.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you. So I have a few things going on this week, constituent meetings, and looking forward to a meeting with the Mountain View Electric, one of the utilities that provide service in my district later this week. Also, we'll be attending that CCI emergency meeting for discussion on the land use bill, Senate Bill 213, I believe. I think, it's already been mentioned a little bit by Commissioner Williams and Commissioner Gonzalez, but for those of you who are not tracking what this is, it is a bill to change the way we do land use. It would force municipalities to allow higher density. It is would take control away from our local city council and would make more use by rights. That includes everything from requiring ADUs to be by right to, again, creating situations where there cannot be lower density housing. It would really take away the authority that local folks have to have meetings, listen to constituents, and weigh the merits of those land use issues. So it's, I think, an egregious overreach into local control. The way that it would affect the county that I am most concerned about is our regional transportation plan. The bill is 106 pages. What you might hear in the news or in the summary of the bill is one thing. What is actually written in the bill, the language that's written in the bill, it's very clear that this is an environmental bill that would seek to force folks to create more dense cities, but to also really detrimentally impact the single-family type neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods. So again, the language in that is very concerning for what might be coming down, in future. The impact to our regional transportation plan, we don't actually know what it is, because what it says is we will have to comply with that, and Department of Transportation will figure that out sometime down the road. So we don't know what we would be complying with, but historically we have seen attempts to try to force us to not widen roads where they need to be widened, not to increase capacity so that we can deal with traffic issues. Quite frankly, as the language in the bill suggests, because they would prefer everyone be in a densely packed city, ride transit, and they don't like cars because cars to them are just too big of an impact to our environment. So there's a lot of very concerning things that are in there, and especially for us here in El Paso County, I have great concerns about our ability to support our military installations, and in our ability to create roads that can serve the capacity that our residents need. So those continue to be concerning things. That meeting for the emergency meeting to take a vote on that is for counties to have that opportunity to weigh in as a group is going to be tomorrow, and then there will be some additional CCI opportunities to weigh in as well. And I believe that's in committee on Thursday as well. So I will attempt to testify on that bill as well. But so that's a really big one. But I want to shift gears away from land use to something that I am personally very, very disturbed about, and that is the continued undermining of rights of parents in the state of Colorado. There have been several bills with lots of different topics that are coming through the state legislature, and I'm not sure that parents are fully aware of the kind of invasion into their homes that these bills are actually creating. One of those is a bill that allows for a mental health assessment of students in schools. But I think the most disturbing part is that though parents can opt out, which is a good thing, that children as young as 12 can override the will of their parents in the school. The fact that we would have members of our state public health, anybody thinking that it is okay to undermine the will of parents in these decisions is very disturbing to me. Parents are expected to keep their kids safe, to help them understand the risks in the world, collecting data on students and having the ability to go out and, again, say, hey, your parent said that you can't take this, but it's okay, we're telling you that you actually can. That opens up a whole world. As a mom of teenagers, I don't need anyone undermining my authority with my kids or telling them that it's okay to keep secrets from their parents or to disobey their parents. I think that continues to be a huge issue. So it's not just this mental health assessment. We also have a bill now that would allow for girls as young as 12 to be able to go and get an abortion without any kind of consent or notification from a parent. These are not just parental rights concerns, but they're also safety concerns for our children. We absolutely cannot keep our kids safe if we don't know what's going on in their lives. So between these kind of bills, we have secret counseling services, texting services. I don't even know that most parents understand the extent to which our state is going behind their backs to engage with teenagers. And they can do this from their phone. You may not even know as a parent. They can give them counseling, maybe counseling even against or for things that you don't support as a parent. And I think that is incredibly concerning. So I continue to be very frustrated with the lack of understanding of how important parents are in our state, and then the continued attempt to undermine those things. And I hope that for those of you here today, today, for those of you who are listening online, I hope that you share this information with your friends, with your neighbors, with family members, because I'm not sure that parents understand the full extent to what their kids may be influenced by or have access to outside of their knowledge. So very passionate about that issue. So thanks for the time there on that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. And regarding that land use bill, I understand too that Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments will be opposing that as well. And that has to do with some of the things you talked about, the interplay with the Regional Transportation Plan and that group, which is made up of 3 of us on this board, as well as representatives from all of the other municipalities in El Paso and Teller and Park counties. A regional transportation plan for a highly urbanized area does not look the same in even El Paso or Teller County. And so lumping them all together and tying it to something described as land use or something that would help the affordable housing issue, it just makes no sense. There's clearly an ulterior motive. I'm glad that Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments is also going to oppose that, and because it affects their entire process for regional transportation planning, and the bill wasn't even supposed to touch that or do that. So. Well said. I also had a very busy last week and this week. I also wanted to give a shout out to the outgoing City of Colorado Springs council members. I believe Commissioner Williams named them as well, but it's Bill Murray, Tom Strand, Wayne Williams, and Stephanie Finley Fortune. And I am very grateful that we have so many candidates who have put themselves out there to run for public office in one way or another, who care deeply about this city in one way or another. And I look forward to whatever the next council looks like, whatever the next mayor looks like, moving forward and building a great relationship between the city and the county. And that goes as well for the other municipalities in the county that don't have an election day in the middle of April. But obviously, we're always looking as the county to make sure that our relationships with all the municipalities and understanding the residents' specific needs are paid attention to, and that we have good working relationships with them all. I also have the Panorama Heights and Art Space openings this week. And I will just update next week on some of the rest of it. Actually, one more thing I wanted to say. We did, there was a wreath laying ceremony performed by our El Paso County Sheriff's Office for Deputy Hopkins, who during COVID, actually one of the earliest deaths, I believe, in April of 2020. It was a line of duty death, but due to COVID, he was a servant in our criminal justice center who was one of the first to pass away. So I'm glad that we were finally able to honor his family and do that wreath laying ceremony as we do for other law enforcement officials. We were able to do that on the anniversary of that this weekend. And with that, we will move on to the next item.
Item number 7 is community service organization reports, and there are none.
And item number 8.
Item number 8 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. This is the public's opportunity to comment on an item not scheduled on today's agenda. And Madam Chair, we had several people sign in, but I believe the only one for public comment is Mr. Tom Martin.
Okay. Mr. Martin, please introduce yourself, and your 3 minutes will begin. And just while he's coming up here, anyone else who signed in, you all signed in on a specific item number on the agenda, correct? There was no one else for general public comment for an item not on the agenda? Okay. Did you sign in? Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Good morning, Commissioners. You wouldn't guess what I'm here to talk about. Yes, planning, land use, development. Been coming to these meetings since last October. I'm never going to stop. What all the people don't understand is that this isn't an isolated incident. The county citizens in the El Paso County your way of life is being threatened. And it's not an isolated incident. The way the system works is called an iron triangle. I've been studying forms of government. And this iron triangle, if you don't understand this term, you can look it up, all you county commissioners. It's not calling you something. It's a form of government which is fueled by a special interest group. The special interest group in this particular instance is development and home building. These folks are just following in place. The same 25, 50 people fuel this iron triangle form of government and push these land developments over and over and over and over again. They fuel it with campaign funds. The same 25, 50 people fuel this with the city as well as the county. And until we really gather together and understand it's just not Black Forest, that it's the entire county, we can't break this iron triangle. They've been developing this iron triangle for 60 years. It's so strong that they control the boards and the commissions in the county. You can't control it. They control who's involved as heads within the county itself, the regulation. I want you to really read up on this. It's an explanation of what's going on here. It's called the Iron Triangle. Educate yourselves, and you'll see how it works. Special interest groups, politics, regulation. It goes around and around and around, and it fuels itself. This Iron Triangle is about to create their latest monstrosity, which is called the Loop. I'm going to run out of time to explain how this is going to cost the ratepayers involved in any of the water districts, anyone involved in this so-called loop. What's going to happen is the ratepayers will end up paying the fuel development. As usual, the citizens and the ratepayers will fuel the development costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and.
My name's Dennis Jaspin. I have a problem with these circles that they put in. They're very small. When you're driving and there's somebody in front of you, if they decide to stop, you're gonna rear end them. There's sidewalks going right into the circles. So you have all these kids trying to cross through the circle, which is very stupid. If you're on the circle and somebody's in front of you and they decide to stop for the people waiting on the side of the sidewalk there to cross through that circle, basically, you're going to run into the back of them. I don't know who's the designer here for this town with these super small circles, but I think we need a better engineer, town engineer, to look at these roads and make it more safe, because the new development you guys put up right off of Howells Road there by the building department, there's like 3 circles there. Somebody's gonna get run over there. And whoever runs that person over, it's not gonna be their fault. These people are stepping off of the curb right on that circle when you have a car behind you. Now you're looking behind you to see if they're gonna run into you before you run over the people. Somebody should take a look at that and get a better town engineer to look at this. The lady that was in charge with it a couple years ago, she said, oh no, their circles are fine. You can get around them. They're really not. And as far as Howells Road, not Howells Road, Old Ranch Road, you got the school, you got Thunder Mountain and that other road running out onto that. If you guys put a road going to Howells Road, it's just going to make it even more of a mess, especially when you get to that circle. Do any of you live in the county or on a dirt road? Anybody on the council here? Dirt road? Dirt road? No. That's our that's our life, living in a rural community. These guys want to pave it. Would you be happy if we decided, we took a vote and just came and ripped up all your blacktop in front of your house and your house and your house? The county commissioner lady, she doesn't even live in the county. How can she understand what we're going through with you guys going to pave that road? You turned it down twice already with the other 2 developments. What makes this 3rd developer so special? We have to give up our livelihood there in the rural community for him to make money? Doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak on items that are not on the agenda? Okay. Commissioner Geithner.
Sir, if you would like to write down where the locations are that you're speaking to with the circles, I'm not certain. And I just, if you can write them down and get them to us, be happy to look at those. But I'm guessing that that is in a city jurisdiction where you're describing it, and so that would not fall under this board. But if you will submit those, we'd be happy to direct you to the right person to express those concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. And that brings us to item number 11.
Item number 11 is the called up consent calendar, and there are no items called up.
Okay, item number 12.
Item number 12, resolution to grant a quitclaim deed to the City of Colorado Springs, Colorado for a portion of Howells Road. Kevin Maston, Executive Director, Department of Public Works. Joshua Palmer, County Engineer, Department of Public Works.
Mr. Palmer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Josh Palmer, County Engineer. Thank you. So I believe the commissioners have in front of them copies of both the presentation and the attached map that's part of the presentation. It make it a little easier to follow along. So I'm here today to share information and discuss the transfer of ownership of Howells Road. The location of Howells Road, east of Powers Boulevard, extends from Old Ranch Road on the south, going north to the road segment end just south of the creek, and that creek is Kettle Creek. And you can see here on the map the extents and the limits of the road that we're discussing. Excuse me. A little bit of history and a few things for consideration. The county currently owns the entire road segment of Howells Road from Mountain View Drive north to the segment end at Kettle Creek. And since 1982, as part of an annexation, the county owns the eastern half of the right-of-way of Howells Road from Old Ranch to Mountain View Drive, and the city owns the west half of the right-of-way. And since then, the county has maintenance responsibilities for the entire road segment of Howells Road from Old Ranch to Kettle Creek. And the purpose and the need for the transfer of ownership of Howells Road is to transfer ownership to the city of Colorado Springs. This is a long-standing discussion between the city of Colorado Springs and El Paso County to support existing and any potentially proposed city development. And it's important to point out that the county has no authority over the city land use or development. If this were to remain a county road, we have specific criteria in our engineering criteria manual that outlines how to properly control and gain access to county roads. And as long as all those criteria are met, regardless of the development, there would be no valid basis for the county to deny access. There are many different criteria, and depending on the outcome and the information and the data provided in an updated traffic study would determine what may or may not be required as far as improvements to Howells Road. Regardless of ownership, this is a public road, and ownership would not change any potential need for access, whether the city owns it or the county owns it. If access, regardless of type of access, emergency, primary, secondary, gated, ungated, if access is needed, ownership wouldn't necessarily change the requirement to have access to this road or any other road. We are fortunate today, we have Todd Frisbee, city traffic engineer, and he's here to provide any answers, any context, perspective from the city of Colorado Springs, and I'm available to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you. Ms. Sego.
Can I have the overhead, please? Good morning, Commissioners. Lori Sego, Senior Assistant County Attorney. You have a proposed resolution in your agenda packet. Should you wish to consider approving this item, I've been asked to provide you with an alternative resolution that includes additional language. And it's the last paragraph there at the bottom. Should the board wish to consider this additional language as it reviews this item, and it would be as follows. Be it further resolved that board approval is conditioned upon approval by the City of Colorado Springs of the pending PUD application for the Kettle Creek North development. If the application is approved, the chair or vice chair shall have the authority to sign the attached quitclaim deed without further action by this board. And the effect of that condition is in the reverse as well, to say that if that improvement, if this resolution is adopted, but the development is not approved by the city council, then the quitclaim deed would not be signed and the conveyance would not take effect. Any questions about that additional language?
Just a quick clarification. So a motion would need to say one or the other?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez.
No, that was going to be my clarifying question. Is if somebody makes a motion, what are they making a motion of? My question here is if the intent is what I believe the general intent is, like, well, if another entity wants to utilize or have ownership of the road, which means we have no need to maintain the road, and we're looking at this as regardless of the development happening or not happening, I'm concerned about this second proposal and what that's doing. That's putting conditions upon ourselves for something that the city may or may not do. We either do it or we don't do it. It's my initial thought process. So I actually don't like the second one just on what I'm reading, but I will listen to everything before I make a decision. Thank you.
And just to confirm your understanding, Commissioner, you're correct. If the board chooses to approve the resolution as it was originally submitted in your packet, then the conveyance would occur regardless of the status of any development along Howells Road. It would simply occur. However, if the board wished to make it contingent on that, then I just wanted to provide you an option to do that.
Any other comments or questions for staff from up here? Commissioner Geithner.
Sorry about that. Can you just walk us through a little bit of why or what the benefits are for the county to quit claim this? Like, how did we get to this point, essentially, where we have, split ownership here, and why we're really having this conversation?
Well, I was 1 year old when the original annexation happened, so I can't necessarily speak to how that happened. It's not uncommon, though. So the county, we have a very good working relationship, not only with the city of Colorado Springs, but with other agencies in and around El Paso County. And we do our best to make decisions regarding ownership, whether it's right-of-way or parcels that generally overall benefit the region. Oftentimes we transfer ownership but maintain maintenance responsibilities. Park Vista, what we discussed a few weeks ago, is a perfect example of that. Mark Shuffle Road. Oftentimes it's a best practice for El Paso County when there is significant development that is being annexed into another agency to try to include ownership of the road as well. It's not only a benefit to the county as far as costs associated with maintenance, but it also assigns appropriate responsibilities to those who may be disproportionately impacting the road. So if you have new development that's adding 500 lots, it makes more sense from a global, holistic approach to then have that agency be responsible for the maintenance of the road, by which they are applying the most traffic to. So this is a general practice. My assumption is that similar practice happened in 1982 when this original annexation happened. There was development planned for the west side of Howells Road, which would have a more significant impact to traffic. And the thought, again, this is my conjecture, the thought is, well, if that's going to be the case and traffic's going to come from the west side, a city-owned parcel, that the responsibility for maintenance, including the cost for maintenance, should then be the responsibility of the city. We have discussions continually with the city of Colorado Springs. Oftentimes we are successful in our requests to include right-of-way when it comes to annexation. Sometimes we're not, but I think we do a fairly good job of trying to do what is best for the taxpayers of El Paso County when it comes to the costs associated with maintenance of a particular road.
So you mentioned Mark Shuffle, which, as we're all very aware, became very difficult, and we had a lot of complaints around maintenance because of the dual ownership, and that dual ownership kind of got in the way of planning for improvements that needed to take place on that road. And it sounds like a somewhat similar situation in that, as Banning Lewis grew and the city had a lot of, we're approving these developments, we're in that same boat with that dual ownership there. So that is helpful clarification. Would you be concerned about the same kind of problems that arose from that Mark Shuffle situation in this area as well, in terms of potentially getting down pardon the pun here, but getting down the road on this and having the same kind of issues with getting proper road maintenance if we don't resolve this?
It's a potential, yeah. Maintenance when it comes to regular maintenance, snow plowing, it's in the long term, the money that we receive from the state and from the government to maintain our roads, through the HUTF is minimal compared to the costs that it takes to maintain a road. So if we can come to an agreement with another agency like the city to assign responsibility appropriate to the traffic that they're putting on it, it makes sense, and that's always our best practice. I would be concerned in general about any partial, split, shared ownership of a road, regardless of who has maintenance responsibilities. It makes it much more difficult. General maintenance, emergency responsibilities, enforcement, it's be a big deal for the southern portion of Mark Sheffel. We have issues with enforcement. You're coming out of the city of Fountain or the city of Colorado Springs onto a county road. Well, if you're speeding on a county road, but then you pull onto a city road, who's ultimately responsible for enforcement? So it's not just regular maintenance, it's not long-term maintenance, it's also enforcement for laws as well. This can be a potential issue.
And I'll just follow up, sorry, Madam Chair, if that's okay. Okay, so the maintenance and then the law enforcement portion of it, would you characterize this, and I'm trying to summarize here, but so it sounds like what we're really saying is, obviously, and for those who are here, the county has no ability to deny an annexation or any of those things. The city has the ability to annex and grow. So essentially, we are just saying if you're going to continue to grow and build these things, you have to maintain the road and hold those developers responsible for the growth, hold the city responsible for the growth that is happening. Is that? That's
correct, yeah. The only thing we do have control over is, relative to annexation is something that the county would own. We can't control private properties and their interest in being annexed into or out of the city, actually, either way. We have no control over land use for the city or any other agencies. The only thing we do have control over would be what the county owns, except for when it comes to access. Generally speaking, if they meet the criteria, we couldn't legally prevent access to a road. We could request proper planning, proper traffic studies, any improvements that may be necessary, recommendations on possible changes to our criteria that would better fit the county. Those are all options, but generally speaking, we have no basis to prevent access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Williams?
No, I didn't have any questions, just sort of an explanation. This development is going to be considered by a new city council, and that was my request for waiting to send Howells over to the city until the new city council actually was able to consider the development as to whether or not they should approve it, was really just, if the city's not going to approve the development, I would prefer to keep Howells in the county so it maintains that rural lifestyle for the residents there. However, if the city does approve the development, the county, we do not collect enough taxes to maintain that many cars on that road. And the city, no matter what, we do have to allow access to the road. So those were the points that I would like to make, but I would also like to hear what the citizens say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Geithner.
Sorry, just one more question here. So based on Commissioner Williams' comments about future traffic to the road, my question is, the traffic levels that are today that we are aware of, do we believe the current road as it is sufficient for the traffic that's there today? Or are we already looking at potential upgrades that need to be there regardless of the development?
There are no plans to make up any upgrades or improvements to the roads. Generally speaking, I believe that road is appropriate for the current type and level of traffic that we have on it.
Thank you. Okay. Any other staff or commissioner comments or questions? Okay, I understand that we have most of you here that have been very patient through the meeting here to speak on this item. And hopefully you all had a chance to sign in at the beginning of the meeting. And so our clerk to the board has a list. I have given permission in this case for the combining of time. Generally, it is 3 minutes per person, but I understand that there are a few people who have donated their time. And so as we acknowledge those people as they come, as their names are called, let us know if you've donated your time to that person, and I will cue you for that at that point. I think we're going to start out actually with a gentleman who has been donated the majority or a lot of time, and we will start with that. And the reason for that is that I'm hoping as those comments are made, you'll pay attention to what's being said and try to not repeat too much, and let us know where you stand on things. But hopefully this will avoid any redundance in comments.
And Madam Chair, for the record, I didn't know if you wanted to call for people who are in favor of the item and go that way and then call for those opposed, or if you would just like me to read off the
We'll just do it in the order of sign up, if that's okay. This is not a quasi-judicial land use item, and in that case, we do opposed and for.
Okay, so the first name that we have a start by for Mr. Rick Sevick, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, it's not intentional, and I understand he has people who will donate time to him.
So as he is making his way down here, if you would just stand and just let us know that you've ceded your time to him, and that would be great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I got you, ma'am.
Okay, so my name is Rich Sevick. Myself and Sam Bryant, we're part of the HOA for North Fork. We are the safety committee. And let me give you a little bit of background about this whole topic. So for several years, there's been a debate at the city council about adding another 247 homes in the North Fork area. The development is called North Fork, Kettle Creek North. Okay, and the developer is proposing to add another 247 homes in that tract of land. We already have 750 homes, which are 3, 4, 5 bedroom homes, and about another 150 townhomes in our North Fork area. And the problem we have is we only have one exit. The exit is Old Ranch Road. And you can't exit to the east because Cordera is to the east with 4,500 homes. So if there's ever a fire evacuation, we have one way out and we're going to have to go west. That's it. And if there was an accident or something, we'd be blocked. So that's our biggest issue. The second issue we have already is the traffic around Pine Creek High School is horrible. It's just absolutely terrible. In the morning, today, with our current homes, it takes 5 to 10 minutes to get out of North Fork because of the high school traffic coming in, parents dropping off their kids and then going out, and of course teenagers coming in with their cars to park. There's about 800 cars that come in to park at Pine Creek High School. So the traffic around there is horrible. So for several years, we've been battling with the city council about this. So about 3 or 4 years ago, the city council approved Kettle Creek North development. What happened was before lunch, it was not approved. It was voted down. They took a lunch break, and after lunch, one city council member switched their vote, and the development was approved. So then 2 years ago, we made an appeal for North Fork. We made an appeal to the Planning Commission. And at the Planning Commission 2 years ago, we won our appeal. And we were very clear with the Planning Commission for the city. We said to them, we're not opposed to building homes. What we're opposed to is only having one exit. So the appeal that we made, which was approved, was that no additional homes can be added until another exit is provided either to the north or to the west. The complication with both of those, to the north means we need a bridge over Kettle Creek. To the west means we need a connection to Powers Boulevard. So for 2 years, for example, we've been asking the city staff and the developer to do some investigations. For example, what would a bridge over Kettle Creek cost? And there's all kinds of numbers floating around. There's been no study done whatsoever in the last 2 years. There are 7 bridges over Kettle Creek in northern Colorado Springs. One of them was built about 20 years ago, so it's a long time ago. It cost $350,000. Kettle Creek at some points is wide and deep, and at other points is narrow and shallow. There is actually, from Google Maps satellite, you can see about 500 feet east of Powers, there is an area of Kettle Creek that is narrow and shallow. We guesstimate, as a guess, that it would cost maybe $2 or $3 million to put in a bridge. The developer and the city refused to do a study. Okay, so what happened was our appeal was approved 2 years ago. A year ago, July, we wound up in front of the city council because the developer made an appeal of our appeal. They wanted the city council to vote our appeal down. We spent 7.5 hours at the city council debating the issue. Long story short, the city council referred the issue back to the planning commission with 7 recommendations. The first recommendation is provide an exit either to the north or the west. That was the city council recommendation last July, back to the planning commission. What happened was the developer has come up with this idea of connecting to the east, which is toward Black Forest, which involves you all and involves Howells Road. And let me tell you, from your point of view, here's the biggest problem for you. There was a traffic study done. It was published about 3 or 4 months ago. The traffic study is flawed. In the traffic study, it said that if a connecting road was built from the new development to Howells, on a typical day, there would be 75 vehicles. The city fire marshal is requiring that the connecting road is going to be a road, a 2-lane road connecting the new development to Howells, that road has to be paved and cannot have any encumbrance, cannot have gates or any of that sort. So it's going to be a road connecting to Howells. And then Howells, of course, goes south. Howells mainly connects to, guess what? Old Ranch Road. That's our main only exit already. So having Howells connect to Old Ranch Road from an evacuation point of view does no good whatsoever. And the connecting road from the new development to Howells will run along Kettle Creek, and there will be trees, pine trees, on both sides of this 2-lane road. Nobody's going to want to evacuate in that direction toward Black Forest, toward those trees. So the whole idea from an evacuation point of view is ridiculous. However, from your point of view, here's the real issue. That traffic study that was published about 3 or 4 months ago is flawed. And let me give you, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself just to establish a little credibility with you all, okay? I have a bachelor's degree major in math and physics. I have a master's degree in computer science. I can read and analyze a traffic study. In fact, 3 years ago, when this whole thing erupted that I got involved, we analyzed a 3-year-old traffic study. It was fatally flawed. Guess what? Somehow they forgot to include the worst intersection around the high school. Somehow they missed it. When I talked to Todd, our traffic engineer, he agreed. That traffic study was trashed, and a new one had to be done. The new one just got published about 3 months ago. I looked at it. It's flawed. Here's the problem. The problem is the traffic statistics that were taken, that traffic study is based on, that traffic data was taken beginning in November of 2021. You all remember COVID? in November of 2021, at least half of the people in North Fork were working at home. The traffic measurements are useless. They probably should be doubled or tripled. And even today, on the block that I live on in North Fork, 2 homes are still working at home because of COVID and the changes that occurred. Okay, so the traffic study is flawed. It needs to be redone. But here's the issue for you. That traffic study, the extrapolation on that data said that when the road is put to Howells and our fire marshal is requiring that Howells be paved, when that connection is made with no blockages, because of all the traffic around Pine Creek High School, anybody in North Fork, in the current North Fork, anybody who wants to commute in the morning between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., anybody who wants to commute east or south to Union will go around Howells. We currently have, in the traffic study that's flawed, it said that between 7 and 8 a.m. in the morning around Pine Creek High School, there's about 800 vehicles exiting North Fork. If you double that number because of COVID, you're talking about 1,600 vehicles, which kind of makes sense because we got 900 homes and we got 3, 4, 5 bedroom, with young adults living at home with their parents, right? So the commute hour is the worst possibility. And Todd, I've talked to Todd a lot. We do a lot of email kind of stuff. Todd will tell you all, every high school has a lot of traffic. The level of service is, in this traffic study that was just done, was measured as a D. If you double the traffic, you're looking at a level of service of F-. So if you're living in North Fork and you want to commute to the east or the south, you're not going to spend 5 or 10 or 15 minutes waiting in front of Pine Creek High School to get out. You're going to go the new route, the new road that connects to Howells, and Howells is paved, and you can get to Union during the traffic hour. Right? So instead of, in the traffic study, they guesstimated, and they said they were guesstimating, that Howells would pick up an additional 75 vehicles per day. My personal opinion, my guesstimate is 20%, 25% of that traffic trying to get past Pine Creek High School is going to go the other way. During the rush hour alone, my guess is you're looking at 200 to 300 vehicles going that new route down Howells Road, okay? Now, Joshua said you can't block the connection to Howells, but you know what? You can. The reason you can block that connection is our fire marshal has said, unless Howells is paved, he will not approve this new development. So the connecting road has to be a paved road, and Howells has to be paved. If you don't transfer Howells to the city, it's not getting paved. And our fire marshal has said in emails to me, we do lots of emails, including with Todd, he won't approve the development. Okay, so it's actually in your hands. Okay, now, so that's a traffic situation. There's going to be a major, major, major change to Howells if you allow that connection and you allow Howells to get paved. But the other thing I want to talk about is fire evacuation. We got fires all the time. We got 40-mile-an-hour winds going. Like I've been tracking for the last week. 5 days out of the last 7 days, 40-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, so fire and fire evacuation is a real issue. Okay, we only have one way out, unless we get a connection to the north or the west. Okay. If we do connect to Howells Road and there's a fire evacuation, you really think anybody's going to want to go down a 2-lane road next to the creek with pine trees on both sides heading toward Black Forest? Really? That's not going to happen. So that evacuation direction is just not going to work. And I've been doing emails back and forth with our fire marshal. So what's going to happen next is, after this meeting, we're going to, supposedly, there's a meeting scheduled on April 12th over at the City Planning Commission. So we will defend our approved appeal. We will once again approve it. We will once again defend it. My guess is in my opinion, I think we're going to get supported again at the Planning Commission. The City Council back a year ago in July, they pretty much expected that. So what happened at the end of 7.5 hours, this is what happened. You can see the video. Two of the planning, I'm not going to mention names, I'm going to try to be polite. Two of the planning city council members turned to the city lawyer and said, if we send this back to the Planning Commission and the developer makes an appeal, if they lose and they appeal, will it come back to the city council? And the lawyer said, yes. So no matter what happens at this Planning Commission meeting coming up on supposedly April 12th, if we lose, we're going to appeal. If the developer loses, my guess is they're going to appeal. Okay, so we're going to wind up back at the city council at some point in time with a new city council, right? So, you know, who knows what might happen at that new city council meeting. But the bottom line is the traffic around Pine Creek High School is horrific. We need, you know, without adding 247 more homes, we need a second exit, right? And the answer is not Howells. You know, I don't live on Howells. I don't have an axe to grind about Howells per se, although I'm pretty sympathetic with the people who live there. But it's not going to help us. It's just not. And you can block it. You can, because our fire marshal has said, unless Howells gets paved, he will not approve this development. So it's in your hands. So thank you.
I've got a question.
Question?
I've got a question. When you say the fire marshal, who do you mean the fire marshal? The city fire marshal?
I should have been clear. Yes, the city fire marshal, I'm trying to remember his name, I can't. Yeah, but yes. And yeah, he has clearly said in emails to me, and he's also said it to the Planning Commission, the City Planning Commission, that he wants the connecting road paved and unobstructed, and he wants Howells paved. Right? And by the way, one last thing is, you know, somebody will tell you, so if we get a connection to Howells, you know, besides, you know, connecting to Old Ranch Road, which doesn't help us, it also connects to Arrowhead. Some of you probably know Arrowhead. It's a rough country road. That is no place for an evacuation, okay? So basically, this whole concocted idea from the developer is just not gonna work. You know, it's not going to help us for an evacuation, and it's certainly, you know, it'll actually help a little bit of the traffic around Pine Creek High School because so much traffic will be diverted onto Howells. And is that really what you want? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question as well.
Commissioner Williams.
So you're saying no one takes Forest Creek Drive out of the development?
I'm sorry, I
Because
didn't hear you.
there are actually two exits out of the development. There is the Thunder Mountain Road, but there's also Forest Creek Drive.
Right. So Thunder Mountain Road is the thoroughfare. It has no homes on it with driveways connecting to it. Forest is a local road with homes with driveways. So it's not a place where you want to send too much traffic, especially in the morning when kids are getting into their cars and driveways and all that kind of stuff. But Forest Creek also only connects to Old Ranch Road. So, you know, that's the other confusion that we've had for 2 years. A lot of people are saying, you have more than one road out. You know, Thunder Mountain's not the only road out. That's not the issue. Thunder Mountain is a traffic problem, but the real problem is Old Ranch Road. The only exit in the evacuation is going to be Old Ranch Road to the west, because we can't go east because of Cordera. The other thing I mentioned, by the way, you know, besides our 900 homes, you know, and whatever, you know, 3,000 or 4,000 people, we have Pine Creek High School, and we have an elementary school now. So we have about 2,500 kids that are going to have to be evacuated, right? So the evacuation is not just, you know, residents in their homes if they happen to be home at the time. It's 2,500 kids, right? And you know, honestly, for myself, that's what motivates me the most. You know, adults can kind of, you know, we'll take care of ourselves. You know, if I have to, I'll walk out or do whatever I have to do, my wife and I, right? But what about these 2,500 kids? And I'll tell you how crazy this gets with the developers. this goes back 2 years ago. We were actually told at the Planning Commission meeting, again, check the video if you don't believe me. We were told that the high school and the elementary school don't have to be evacuated in a fire because they're hardened. You guys familiar with Paradise, California? 3 hardened schools burned down. Right? Those schools will have to be evacuated. And there's only one way, Old Ranch Road. That's it. So, adults are adults, but man, kids, 2,500. By the way, the other thing I'll add is, again, kids, right? So late last fall, the traffic around Pine Creek High School is so bad. I've got pictures on my iPhone if you're interested. The traffic is so bad. It's from last week. Parents who are coming in to drop off their kids at the high school, they are getting backed up so bad that instead of going into the high school, they go into the 7-Eleven gas station, which is across the road. They drop off their kids at the 7-Eleven, and then the kids have to cross Old Ranch Road and then cross Thunder Mountain to get to the high school. There are plastic barricades that have been put up by the city that have been run over by parents who are getting so frustrated with this situation. Late last fall, one of those kids, coming across Old Ranch Road from the 7-Eleven, got hit by a car and wound up in a hospital. The traffic there is horrible. And I got pictures. And it's going to get worse as fewer people work at home. Some people are still working at home because of, company policies and all of that. But adding 247 homes is crazy. It's just crazy.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Commissioner Geithner.
I actually have a question for staff. Based on the comments that are given, and I'm trying to separate out, I understand that there are strong feelings about what is going on in the city, but I'm trying to separate out what is going to happen over there and then what our role here is in that jurisdiction. So as was stated by the community member, that if the road isn't developed, the fire marshal isn't. I'm not as familiar specifically with city procedures on land use, so I can't say whether or not that is an accurate assessment of what could be happening here. So, and if we need to have someone from the city kind of weigh in on that too. But in the event that we did not quit claim and the city does go ahead and approve this, at that point, what will our responsibilities be in terms of paving on that road to deal with that traffic? Will we be in a situation then that says, if the city goes ahead and approves this, which we have absolutely no control over, that we are then going to be in a situation where we are going to be forced to pave that? What does that actually look like?
So like we do with any development, we would require a traffic impact study. And in this case, it would be probably appropriate to ask for an updated traffic study. And based on the results of that traffic study, paving Howells Road may be one of the requirements for gaining access. I don't know what the numbers are or what they would be, and I can't speak to what authority that the fire marshal has in requiring versus requesting Howells Road to be paved. But as far as the county is concerned relative to access, paving may be a condition of gaining access to Howells Road.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, just correct me if I'm not getting this correctly here then, is there's not a way for us to block the paving of this road necessarily, because in the event that the city were to do that, we would end up requiring that the developer pay for the paving, but we couldn't just say, no, you can't have access to this road, or even that we're just going to leave it as it is and not move forward with any improvements.
That's correct. Depending on what the traffic study says, one of the conditions that we would impose on the developer is paving is required and you are responsible for paving the road in addition to whatever other improvements may be necessary.
And if someone from the city wants to answer those questions on what, just to help clarify from the city's perspective, those comments, that would be helpful. Thank you.
And I have a comment as well, Madam Chair. The I have been told by Fire Marshal Brett Lacey that they would need access to the road. It would be an ungated access. And then also the developer intends to pave the road. And so that cost is covered by the developer under city standards. Finally, the third provision that I wanted to clarify is putting a bridge over Kettle Creek is close to $70 million is what the estimate is. There's no way that it would be $2 to $3 million. It is very, very expensive because you also have to consider it's an active floodplain.
Thank you.
Good morning. Todd Frisbee, city traffic engineer with Department of Public Works. Commissioners, I'll address a couple questions. One regarding the fire access. Brett Lacey has requested that a full movement access be provided to Howells Road as his recommendation. Obviously, City Council will take that information and can make a decision on regards to that access. I went back and looked at the last City Council meeting minutes with regards to emergency access to say what was, because there were several conditions in City Council referring it back to Planning Commission. And I think it was condition 5 said contingent, or I can't remember the exact wording, but a contingent of an emergency access to Howells Road. It didn't say anything about access to the north or access to the west. That was stated in those comments. A traffic study has been submitted. The city staff has reviewed it and are continuing to review it. It meets all of our criteria. It meets all of our standards in terms of our review. And as we go forward to Planning Commission, City Council or City staff supports the findings and recommendations from that traffic study. And that access, that emergency access or evacuation access, it will be open to the public. It's quite a bit far north, so that if you're familiar with the site, it is, you have the existing development. Let me raise this up. You have the existing development, and then this development is north of that, and that access is quite a bit north of the existing home. So it would take, and it's not direct. So for current residents, they would have to go quite a bit north to get that access, and then go south on Howells Road. So at this point, we support the findings of the study and that have come out of that. So I think did I get most of your questions, or I'm happy to take additional questions.
I'm trying to understand the relationship between the fire marshal piece and what's going on with the understanding of what is happening there. So I hear about the traffic study piece, but are the assessments that have been made by the community member accurate to your process, I guess, is what I'm asking first and foremost. And is there an approval that's pending from that fire marshal in this situation?
So I would say, I can't speak for Fire Marshal Lacey, but his requirement is for an ungated access, for fire department to accept or to approve. It'd be similar to if a developer submitted a traffic study and traffic engineering came back and says, we don't accept this traffic study. The developer still can move forward without that recommendation from staff and seek City Council approval without that recommendation. That is an option. City Council, staff doesn't approve these things. They have their recommendations, and so obviously, the developer will want to go to City Council and Planning Commission with support from staff, and so they have proposed that ungated access to Howells Road. City Council can, in their deliberations and in their discussions and in their voting, can change that as I understand the process. But that's how that works. So it's a recommendation, not necessarily a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So where's the existing exit for the development planned? Or does it already exist?
So the existing homes, Pine Creek, there's two roads. There's Forest Meadows, I believe, and Thunder Mountain. All of that, right now, that's the only access for that entire, and both of those accesses access Old Ranch Road. So that's for the entire development, that's their only access right now.
So that's on the east.
That's, yeah, it's strictly,
or south.
It's south, directly south.
Okay.
Yeah, Old Ranch Road basically runs the southern boundary of the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not voting on land use, so I just looked online that it doesn't make sense to go east. We're not voting on land use, but I'm looking at a picture and it doesn't make sense. Again, we're not voting on land use. That's a city thing, but I'm looking at this and I just highlight that it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. For staff.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Vander.
Yes, thank you very much. And I don't know if it might be the county staff or the city staff for this one, but in some of the comments that were made about having either a northern additional access or a western additional access. With regard to the northern one, I mean, I can see that, crossing the creek, I don't know exactly what the cost is, but it wouldn't be cheap. That would be expensive.
Yeah.
The western access, I guess, would require, I guess, somewhat of a lengthy road. It would continue south of the creek. And then the question I have is, how would it get out? Because I think we've got a limited access requirement for the highway there. And so would that limited access requirement, in order to get that western egress, have to be violated? Is that part of the challenge there, or?
Yeah, I can speak to the western access. And so one of the questions that that staff was asked to investigate, could you get emergency access, say, to Powers Boulevard, right? Cut a hole in the fence and pave up a road to the Powers Boulevard. Powers Boulevard is in CDOT's classification, classified as a freeway. That's their access classification. By that classification, which is state law, they cannot allow any access to a freeway, even emergency access. And so we did approach the state. We did talk to the state. We did engage with the region director on the possibility of I guess you'd say, a variance to that, and they turned us down in seeking that access. So that is a route that we did look at, but it is not. CDOT will not allow that access.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe another question. It may be hard to understand this entirely,
okay,
or be able to comment to it entirely. But in the process going forward with the city, what's the general planning considerations? The reassessment from the Planning Commission, the potential reassessment of the new city council. I mean, is this pending like a few months out, or what's the timing?
Yeah, great question. So this development is currently scheduled for the next Planning Commission hearing on April 12th, so a week from Wednesday. It will go before that Planning Commission. If approved or denied, the project would then would go to City Council. Don't know when, but sometime a few months after Planning Commission, it would go to City Council.
Okay, great, thank you. And then another question for the county staff, if I could ask. I mean, we have a couple of scenarios, that are before us, particularly with regard to potentially kind of the second resolution, which includes this additional paragraph. And kind of the question from me to you is, if, we've got two approaches before us. One is a quit claim deed going forward, and the other one is a quit claim deed with a contingency about approval of the development from City Council. What would happen? What would happen is if we were to approve the quit claim deed, but then the city were to deny the application? What happens in that scenario? And so that the road would be deeded to the city, but then maybe there would be nothing happening. I mean, I don't know what would happen as a result of that.
Well, the ultimate approval by the El Paso County Board or maybe Lori has a more legal explanation for that. But the approval by the board would still stand. The city could then, they don't have to approve it on their end. So the approval process is starting here with the county board. So depending on what may or may not happen with the development, the city could then choose, if the development doesn't go through, they could decide, well, this is no longer in the city's best interest. I do want to point out, though, Commissioner Williams referenced the $70 million price tag for a bridge over Kettle Creek. That's kind of a worst case scenario type thing. Depending on where you build, it could be as expensive as $70 million. It's probably maybe somewhere in between, depending on where you're at. So it's not that the bridge would cost $70 million. It may cost $70 million, and that's just kind of a thumb in the wind kind of assessment of the cost.
I think nonetheless, following the approach of trying to find, if there is to be a northern egress found, trying to find a place to get across Kettle Creek, that would be the least expensive. It would still be expensive, whatever it would be. I don't know what the right number is. It just would cost a lot of money. So
I do want to reiterate too, as well, if the county maintains and keeps ownership of the road, again, we would not be able to deny access to Howells Road if the conditions of the engineering criteria manual are met. And that's my interest. That's engineering's interest. That's Public Works' interest. Is what can we do to make the most appropriate decision? Whether or not the development happens, it's not up to me. It's not up to engineering. It's not up to El Paso County necessarily. It's a city development. If that does go through, we cannot, with any legal basis, prevent access to the road. So it makes the most sense to assign responsibility for what may be inevitable to the most appropriate party, which in this case would be the city.
Ms. Seego.
Thank you. I completely agree with everything that Mr. Palmer said. I just wanted to provide a few clarifying comments. The city, in terms of its real estate process, my understanding is, has a similar process to us. So if this board were to approve the resolution as presented today in your packet, an unconditional conveyance of the quitclaim deed, the city still has to accept that conveyance in order for it to be effective. I believe that that's an administrative process. But just like you often have on your agendas resolutions or actions to accept quitclaim deeds to us, that's the step we have to take so that people just don't quitclaim stuff to the county and now it's ours and we never knew about it. So it's a similar process. The city does have to accept the conveyance. As Mr. Palmer said, they could choose not to for whatever reason, but at least it's our understanding at this point in time that they are requesting this conveyance. So whether or not, if they accept it, whether or not the development is approved, it then becomes their road and their maintenance responsibility.
Commissioner Geithner. Can I just get some clarification on the process for access? As we're talking about that, is that an administrative process on our side?
That's an administrative process. We have an access permit application form that's reviewed by the engineers and ultimately approved by Mr. Palmer as the county engineer. We are able to put conditions on the access, as he stated. For something of this magnitude, we would require a traffic impact study to evaluate the level of traffic that access is going to put onto Howells Road and determine whether or not there are any improvements recommended, such as paving Howells Road. Depending on the amount of traffic, it might require a traffic signal or some other, or stop signs or some other intersection improvement as well. So that's the purpose of the traffic impact study, is to evaluate the impact of the traffic and what improvements are required. But if the developer or the party requesting access is willing to comply with all of those conditions and meet all of those requirements, then there would be no basis on which to deny access.
Thank you. That's, I appreciate that. I just wanted to understand. I thought that was an administrative process that's not going to come to this board to make a decision on. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to get back to the members of the public who are here to speak on this item. So, Ms. Clerk, who do we have next on the list?
Next on the list is Mr. Andrew Hitt, and then after that, Mr. Terry Stoka.
Okay. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. And Mr. Stoka, you'll be up next.
My name's Andrew Hitt. 3 minutes is not much time. Is there anybody who want to cede their time to me? That would be appreciated. Or I also take questions.
Have one.
Thank you.
6 minutes.
And Blake for the booth.
I guess I'll get down to the specifics of the memorandum of understanding. I'll bring out a couple of those points. Section 1, where it says the county wishes to convey ownership. I guess I would ask you, who do you represent? Do you represent us? You speak for us. We give you the commission to act on our behalf. Is that right? Okay. So when it says the county wishes to convey ownership, I disagree. The county does not wish to convey ownership to Howells Road. Section 7, if the annexation fails, the city still retains ownership. I'm reading from this. Under Section 4, if access to Howells Road is conveyed to the city, it removes from Black Forest residents all, let me read it here, it shall be the sole responsibility of the city to maintain access permitting to Howells Road. So it will take out of our hands, the residents of Black Forest, and out of your hands, any access permitting. So I keep hearing you can't deny access to Howells Road. I disagree. I think this is all a smokescreen. You are empowered to make decisions on our behalf. So we are appealing to you, or even telling you what our wishes are as residents of Black Forest who use Howells Road every day, and we live in the county. So you represent our interests. Section 5, I call it creeping conveyance and easements. Anything outside, exist outside the property conveyed, such facility, you will convey such facilities and easements to the city. And the quitclaim deed itself, the fourth whereas, says, the board has determined that it would serve the best interest of the public to grant quitclaim. I disagree. It is not in the best interest of the public. The only best interest that it serves is the developer. Let's refocus here. Why are we talking about this? We're talking about access to the county, and I want to make that as if there's a wall, a solid wall between the county and the city, that it should be inviolable. We should not allow the city to come into the county and destroy our lifestyle, our rural lifestyle. And so the quitclaim deed is faulty. It is not in the best interest of the public. It is not in my best interest to give the city Howells Road and to give access to it. And the only reason is for the developer to make millions of dollars, and so the traffic can come into Black Forest, and they're going to come into Black Forest, and then they go down Arrowhead to Milam, and they're going to go south to Old Ranch Road, and it's going to be a mess. Now, we talked about, Chair Geithner said earlier, trust in government is at an all-time low, and we are not the enemy. Well, we will see if you are the enemy if you approve this quitclaim deed. We talked about Mr. Vanderwolf. They had a whole presentation on child safety, okay? And I want to bring this up. Frank Azar might be very interested in how this vote goes down, because if anybody gets injured on Howells Road, or they're going to be on it, right? My daughter and my grandkids and my wife go on walks every single day in Black Forest. Howells Road, Old Ranch, Mountain View, and Arrowhead every single day, pushing the baby cart. My grandchildren are on that road. The topography, look at my time, the topography of Howells Road and Arrowhead is not conducive to line of sight. There are blind spots. You got horses, you got people, you got wild animals, antelope, you got cats and dogs, and you cannot see over the hills, over the rise. And that, you cannot fix that. If Howells Road is paved and it becomes a thoroughfare, which it will, there's safety involved, including child safety, and it's hypocrisy to say otherwise. Now, I have to also, I'm very short of time. I have to question the ability of the city traffic people to analyze a document. I'm sorry to say, they said, oh, the traffic study looks fine. Let me read from it. One section says 75 vehicles per day. Another section says 100 vehicles per day. And another section says 1% of 2,329 cars. That's 23 trips. So the traffic study says 23 trips, 75 trips, or 100 trips. Does that make sense? Yet they said it looks just fine. And in my last 6 seconds, January 27th, 2021, Hannah Van Nijmegen, I can't pronounce the name, said, and it's no access to Howells Road is proposed by this subdivision, which is not adjacent to Howells Road. That is the Senior Planner Land Use Review Division, City of Colorado Springs, January 27th, 2021. No access to Howells Road. I urge you to vote no to give our road, my road, to the city. If anything, come up with a plan to give the city to give the road back to us. And by the way, since 1982, ask me, please, so I need more time. Ask me who's been paying for the maintenance of Howells Road. So I have more time, please, one of you.
Sir, there are a lot of people here that would like to
Since
speak.
1982, the county has been paying for maintenance of Howells Road, and half of it's owned by the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stoka. And then who do we have next on the list?
And after Mr. Terry Stoka, Miss Llewellyn Welsh, and then after that, Randy Virgil.
My name is Terry Stoka, representing Friends of the Black Forest and the Black Forest Land Use Committee. I don't think I'll need it, but I've been given 3 minutes by Scott Dayberry. I don't think I'll need that. I had a different presentation planned, but the more I hear about this, the more convoluted this whole thing becomes. And so to me, it seems that from our perspective, from the Black Forest, our main issue is what is going to happen with an access to Howells. We believe that an access to Howells should be at a maximum emergency. It should not be a full use access because of several things. And I want to just show you a map. If I can have the overhead, please. Give that a little bit of focus. My concern I want to bring up is traffic. If you look at this map, Kettle Creek North, if that access right there is put in for full access, you're going to turn Howells down to Arrowhead into a major thoroughfare. People coming from the east, both students in the morning, there's a large number of high school and elementary kids off to the east. They're not going to go down to Old Ranch because they don't want to have to avoid the light and the roundabout. They're going to cut across Arrowhead, which is it's got blind hills, it's narrow, and they're going to go north on Howells into that to get to the elementary school and the high school. It is going to create a real traffic mess for normal traffic. I'm not even talking about evacuation. So I strongly believe, given this scenario up here, that whatever we do with this quitclaim deed, and I don't fully understand all the ins and outs, and my hearing isn't too good and I don't hear everything, whatever we do, the vote should be in favor of restricting that access to emergency only at the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes. State your
Hi,
name.
I'm Lou Ellen Welsh, and I live on Howells Road. And this whole issue is connected to the development, even though I know you don't have a vote on the development. It's come up because this developer wants to have access. And the fire marshal has said your development with that many houses will not be safe unless you have another exit route from the development. And in the El Paso County Commissioner's Handbook on development and other things in the county, it says you all are supposed to watch out for us in terms of approving developments that there not be peril from fire. And allowing these 247 houses, which actually there will be more than that, because that's just the first phase. There's still more land there this developer will develop. By allowing access onto Howells, it allows this high density of housing to go in, which puts us in peril of fire. This tension has existed since 1982 between the county and the city over this road is good. You're our defense against developers come and creating emergency and bad situations for us, the rural residents there. And then you say, if you vote yes on this today, it's handed over to the city. The city does not maintain its roads. What are you going to do to us? Don't do that. Even driving here today on Old Ranch Road near Chapel Hills, it's like a minefield. It's been that way for years. Don't turn us over to the city. And also I would like to bring up all the traffic engineers and their studies and their professionalism. I've lived there long enough and I've been involved in these development things since before Pine Creek High School was there, all right, since before 1999. And the city traffic people always say things are not going to be a problem. They created the problem. They approved and developed the whole thing with Thunder Mountain and Old Ranch that's there now, this huge fire bottleneck. They created it with all their supposed expertise. We, the people, were here saying, please don't do this. You're creating a problem. And we're here saying it again, saying, please don't allow this. And in addition, the last comment I would like to make is since the beginning, since I have emails from before 2014 of the city people, city traffic people, city planning people, giving us their word, verbally standing up before hundreds of people and saying, we will not allow access onto Howells Road. No development access onto Howells Road. They have said that publicly, not the developers, the city people, the traffic people, and the planners. So hold them to their word. You're the government. You need to enforce what your own government has said.
Thank you. Next.
And again, next was Randy Virgil.
Well, I'd like to just say that we didn't buy into this. We bought into the rural property. We have horses, ducks, chickens. We don't want the city there. We don't want the danger of the traffic. The fire access, I think, is just like a smoking gun. It's just a way in. And we're not up for it. We didn't pay for it. Why should our life change because development? So it's up to you guys to protect us. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Annette Virgil, and after that, Samuel Bryant.
Hello, my name's Annette Virgil. I'm Randy's wife. We moved to Black Forest, this side of Black Forest, 23 years ago. We have a granddaughter that lives with us. We are one house away from where that intersection is proposed. And basically everything our neighbors have said. I mean, this is just pretty far-fetched. I can't believe it's even happening. But developers are greedy. And my question is for the developers, why would you buy land when you don't already have access? They're assuming they're going to take advantage of us. And we need help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next was Samuel Bryant. Okay, thank you. And after that, Charlene Sevick succeeded. Okay. After that, Jim Bonave. I'm sorry, it's hard to read the handwriting. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, after that, Dennis Jaspin.
Aspen. Yeah, I just want to say talk about the maintenance of Howells Road. About 2 years ago, the county spent, I don't know, $250,000 on a machine to maintain that road instead of using a grader and a water truck. And I've seen it out there once, and it made a total mess of Howells Road. They had to come back and put probably another foot of fill on top of the road because that machine made such a mess. I haven't seen the machine since, so I'd like to know where that $250,000 or better went to if they're not using it. Also, like everybody else is saying, the fire is going to be a big thing. When there's a fire there, nobody's going to get out. The animals aren't going to get out. The people aren't going to get out. And if school is in process, that makes it even worse. I mean, I don't know if any of you's ever drove down Howells Road or even Old Ranch Road. I'm fortunate I don't get up in the morning and go to work early. But when I do get up early and have to go out, like this gentleman says, it takes you 10 minutes to get from Howells Road to Powers. There's just so many kids running across the street. There was just somebody hit on Barnes Road running across the street to the 7-Eleven from the school. The school doesn't have a big enough parking lot. I think we should take down some of them houses, put up a bigger parking lot so the mothers don't have to stop or park in 7-Eleven for those kids to get picked up. If you open up Howells Road, you're going to be parking from Old Ranch all the way to the end to pick their kids up. And people are going to get hurt there. Like everybody was saying, you can't see over the hills. And yeah, we don't want that road paved. We bought into the county. That's our lifestyle. We'd like to stay there. Like I said before, you wouldn't want us to come to your block, rip up that blacktop, and just have dirt there. You don't want to live on dirt. We want to live on the dirt. We like washing our cars. You know? I don't know if any of you has been out there personally, but I wish you would come and visit our neighborhood and our county lifestyle. And then maybe you'll move out of the city and move into the county. It's much nicer, it's quieter, less people. You're going to open up our little area right to the city. I don't think anybody appreciates that. So I wish you would keep the county in the county, and if somebody can find out where that big machine is to do the roads, that'd be nice too.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Next, we have Bruce Bush. And after that, Dave Goman.
Yes, my name is Bruce Bush. I live on Arrowhead. And that's the exit road that will be used if Howells is approved as a access from the development. The concerns I have is, unfortunately, Arrowhead is very narrow. It goes down to what actually Commissioner Williams said was 1.5 lanes width. There's 31 driveways in the treat area from Mountain View to Milam that have a potential car coming out or coming in. So that's my concern, is that when Pine Creek was first opened, we had a number of individuals speeding down the road, and my wife started working with the sheriff, calling and saying, hey, speed's too high, speed's too high, speed's too high. Nothing responded. A couple of years down the road, the sheriff finally responded. He came out, set up his little radar speed gun in a clear open space. The first car that came through 65 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone. That should be shocking. The second car, while the deputy was writing up the ticket, he apologized. He said, I had all my lights on. You would think that people would slow down, seeing that kind of car. He says, I was not looking at the radar display when he came around me, so I could not write him a ticket according to the rules. He was at 45 miles per hour. That day he came to the house. He asked to speak to my wife. Says, I have to apologize. The speed is up there. So he said the next day, I'll be back with my friends. And we are always looking every year school starts. We worry about that. We worry about it when we bring our horse trailer home. We always come in from the east on Milam. We control the top of the hill before we go down the hill to back into our driveway. Because the last thing we need to do is have anybody hit that horse trailer with horses in. They will be the ones losing. We won't. Our horses might. But that's the reason I'm totally against it.
Thank you, sir. And the next person. Thank you. 6 minutes.
Thank you all. And I want to thank you all for the hard work that you have in front of you and the decision you have to make. I'm Charlie Shea, and I live on Howells Road also. I do have horses as well. And I'm the one who forwarded you the email that came from Duncan McNabb, retired general, I believe. I hope you had a chance to read that letter that he sent to Holly, and I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to look at that. So I had 12 bullet points here, and 8 of them have been covered already. So I want to hit on a couple new ones that haven't been discussed yet. The proposed development plan for Kettle Creek North says that the access road to Howells will be constructed and maintained by the Metropolitan District. So if you already have a Metropolitan District in place, then use it to exit north, build the road, build the bridge across Kettle Creek, and continue the road to the already established ingress-egress access point on Highway 83, which is across from the county maintenance buildings. That's been built for a long time there. There was an incredible article in the paper that was written by Doug Stemple, who is the CEO of Classic Communities. This was March 17th, 23. In this article that was written by Doug, it discusses the critical role that metropolitan districts play in the development of attractive communities. It specifically identifies metropolitan district funds that are used for infrastructure of roads and bridges, among other things. The metropolitan district issues bonds that are repaid solely by property taxes derived from the sale of lots and homes. I bring that up because the city planning and Venezia, or not Venezia, Vintage Communities, if they've already identified that they have a metropolitan district, why don't they use that to build their bridge and tax the appropriate people and the lots and everything to pay everybody back? It's pretty simple. It's a great article in case you haven't seen it. What would be wrong with the county, with you all requesting, or your engineers requesting the city to quitclaim their interest back over because you've been maintaining it, which, by the way, you've been doing an incredible job on that road for the last several years, and take it back over and leave it as a gravel county road? If this were to go through, we're going to be compared to Milam, to Shoup, to Old Ranch, to Burgess, to Black Forest Road. It's going to be an incredible freeway. It really will be. And I live at the end, and I walk every day on that road. As a matter of fact, I've logged so many steps on that road in the last year, I could have walked from here to Dallas. I know that road like the back of my hand, my dog and I, every day. And the neighbor, when I'm in town, and the neighbors will contest it because they always wave at me. Sometimes I see one car, sometimes 10. When they talked about the traffic study, because of what I've done in my whole career, my working career, I know if they open up that access road and they start building 74 houses, I know for a fact that every subcontractor going to work in the morning, because I'm in the building development business myself, my whole entire working career, I'm semi-retired right now, but I know every subcontractor is going to find the easiest, simplest way to get to his job in the morning, and it isn't through Thunder Mountain. They're going to race down the brand new road that just got paved and shoot in the back way to get to their work. It doesn't work. I have to agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. Coming east does not work. A suggestion for your consideration would be to hold off on your vote today until you completely understand all the issues, comments, and concerns that the residents have. Perhaps you should schedule a field trip out to our neighborhood and take a walk and talk to some of the people there. You don't live there, and I know Commissioner Williams has been there and she's talked to everybody, but my suggestion is you come out and see what we've got, and I think you'll look really long and hard at it. And the third thing would be, I ask that you wait on delaying your vote today until you let all the city elections are completed and the new council comes in, and let them address the situation instead of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commissions are appointed. The council are elected. The council needs to make this decision after hearing everything that's going on. So I can't quote you exactly, Commissioner Vanderwerf, but earlier today you said something, and I kind of interpreted it the best way that I could. So I might not be exactly correct, but I'll do my best. The citizens of El Paso County shall be informed at all times of issues and decisions that affect their quality of life in order for them to make sound decisions in selecting their leadership going forward. Your decision to quitclaim deed of our property will have significant effect on our quality of life and not in the best interest of El Paso County. So my final request is that the Board of County Commissioners to be smart with your decision, and let's not rush into future failure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have David Haney, and after that, Steve Feldman.
My name is David Haney, and I live on Arrowhead. And some of my points they've already discussed, so I'll jump through them. The area we live in is a rural area with horses, pigs, cows, you name it. And when they do these traffic studies, those type things slow the process down even more. When we had the Black Forest fire and we had to evacuate, we had 6 vehicles pulling trailers and stuff trying to get out of there during the Black Forest fire. I called the Black Forest Fire Department. They had no idea. The city doesn't even have to ask the Black Forest fire chief what he thinks of this. This is ridiculous. The fire chief who is going to have to come into this area, try to fight the fire, possibly have to get people from the assisted living area out of there, isn't even consulted. When we talked to him, he says the city doesn't care what I think, and he thought it was a terrible idea. And yet the city just shoves it down our throat. The other thing is when we, before they were even developing this area, we went to Pine Creek High School, and we got a promise from the city that they would not come on to Howells Road. That's been mentioned. It was put into the master plan, and the developer knew from the very beginning. It said, access to Howells Road is not permitted. He noted that, okay, it's not permitted. It got turned down. So then what did he do? He got the planning department to look for a way to get around it. And so he took the Briargate master plan and changed it from operational to implemented. And evidently when you're having a master plan that's implemented, now you don't have to follow any of the promises you made to us. You can do as you dang well please. And so that what allowed them to change the fact that they could get access onto Howells when they had promised us. That doesn't seem like being a good neighbor when you promise them one thing and then turn around, and change the name of it and say, oh, now I don't have to do what is required. The other thing is the first developer of North Fork, they tried to work with the city. The gentleman over here said we cannot have access. They did limit the access. They put a fence along Howells. They put bigger lots there for a transition, a buffer zone. They changed one of the lots so that the moms and dads couldn't run down Arrowhead, drop their kids off and let the kids run over the back way. And so they did, and they put a fence, and the people that bought those lots were told, you cannot access Howells. Yes, you can keep them from accessing Howells, and that's what the developer did. But this developer thinks he can run over us, and I would encourage you not to give him the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next, we have Steve Feldman.
Hello, my name is Steve Feldman, and I own the property on Howells Road in Arrowhead. We have a 16-bed assisted living home where we're serving our seniors there. Currently, it's not uncommon for our folks, our families, to come out and walk our residents around on the gravel roads. It's a very quiet neighborhood, very peaceful. Many of my concerns have already been expressed. I am extremely concerned about the change this will have on the quality of life for everybody out there. And again, I also ask you to personally go out and experience this neighborhood yourself and see what this impact would do to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Tim Hormata. After that, Cora Michael.
Please. So my name is Tim Hormata, and I just want to thank you for your time. A lot of it's been said already, and so I want to kind of focus a little bit differently here about traffic impact study, and some other future developments because we're always trying to think ahead. And right now, the Howells Road, we spoke about how it currently meets our needs. And let's take this picture.
Can we get the overhead? Thank you.
There's quite a good bit of glare on there. I'll try to work around that. So here's the new development site, Howells Road. My son actually goes to the elementary school that we have. We've got the high school. And those that go to the high school, they talked about going over to 7-Eleven. They also go to the roundabout and cut over so that they don't have to be unabated by taking a left turn. So there's that cluster right there. But I want to talk about another potential opportunity. So there's going to supposedly a park right behind the elementary school. It's about a 7-acre parcel that if we allow, let me start this. So access to this road will create an exorbitant amount of traffic. And if we, okay, so this park borders Howells Road for several hundred feet, and if you allow Howells Road, if you deed it over to the city, what's to stop them from putting yet another access point to Howells at that park? And I would like to think that there could be something that we could do to have a conditional statement that would not, where there would not be a possibility for that park to access the road. However, history tells us differently, and we had the Briargate Master Plan had stated that there's supposed to be no access to that road. And after a reclassification, now that intentional desire to not allow that is no longer an option, and so we're going to be dealing with that. There's been subsequent documents that supported that provision, and merely putting something in writing doesn't help. We need ongoing representation. If the county gives Howells Road over to the city, you will lose your voice and position to help protect many of us that will be gravely impacted by a development that, let's be honest, hasn't planned for traffic very well thus far. If the county defers their voting rights over to the city regarding Howells Road, our community will lose our voice, and I ask you not to concede and not to yield the future of Howells Road over to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And next
Can
would
I
be-
get a show of hands of how many more citizens we have to speak? Just 3? Oh, 4? No. Okay. We're going to take a brief recess. We'll come back and finish up those citizen comments. And then I just wanted to put on, I want to give this full discussion consideration, but we also already have a land use meeting that will begin at 1 o'clock, and that is a hard time. So I'm trying to run a smooth, fair, open, great dialogue meeting, but be aware that we're up against a previously noticed meeting beginning at 1 as well. So we'll figure out what our logistical options on that are. We're in recess.
Joshua?
Okay, we are back out of recess and I am calling to order this meeting of the County Commissioners. Do we have Commissioner Williams still online? Great, thank you. And our next public comment was?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Cora Michael.
So I'm Cora Michael. I live on Ridgeway Lane off of Howells. It's a dead-end road off of Ridgeway, off of Howells. I've been here since 1975. Watched a lot of changes. And one of the things, we've talked about public safety, we've talked about traffic, we've talked about stuff like that. Another thing to remember about Howells Road is that it's not just a road, it's also a wildlife corridor. And it's been a route from what's now Cordera over to Kettle Creek for probably centuries. So far, it's still vaguely functioning in that manner because it's not paved and because not a whole lot of traffic on it at certain times of the day. Of course, it's busy a lot of the time. It's busy enough so that I'm kind of reluctant to take my pony out with my pony cart now. That's partly me. Anyway, so we've got large animal. We also have an interesting development in terms of this access road because, and that's city stuff, I guess, or developer stuff, but maybe not. Anyway, the access road goes in an odd way, Howells Road, which goes through some wetland areas. So there going to have to do some interesting work to put in that access road. Plus, it's probably in Preble Mouse, Jumping Mouse area, maybe not. It's and sometimes of the year when there's water available, that area is flooded. There's red-winged blackbirds. There's a fair amount of wildlife in that area. So we're seeing the road being paved, shifting all of that. It doesn't have to happen. You guys can just say no. And we'll see what happens next. If we can't access to the west,
Thank you. If you hand that to the she can make sure that we all get copies of those real quick.
Next speaker is Patricia Gustafson, and after that, Sarah Keeker-Wyckoff. And Blake, I believe she needs the overhead, please.
Hello. I'm Pat Gustafson, a longtime resident of the Black Forest. I've been out there almost 50 years. My neighbor across the street has been out there, their family, for 64 years. And I guess I'm against this, changing the condition of Howells Road. As I said, it's like a demarcation between city and rural. On one side, we have, in fact, on Howells Road, there are horses there. And they talk about paving a road. I don't think you normally like to drive or ride your horse on a paved road. So they're asking for a lot of changes from us. And having lived there so long, and we moved out there when, of course, nobody wanted to be out there. And now all the developments are surrounding us. I'm being surrounded by the city. And from my house, on Friday nights, when the high school is having their football games, I can hear them. And I'm hard of hearing. So I just want you to know that people walk, they ride their bikes. This is a definite demarcation between city and county. And now you're going to pave the road. Anyway, I have here this, we've been talking about this for a long time. I have here from the city of Colorado Springs, and in 2003, at that time, they said, also specifically addressed the letter, detail 2003, that outlined development commitments and how the proposed changes are meeting the intent of the letter. And they said, and make sure to add a note to the master plan that there can be no access. Notice, many times it's been reported over and over again. The developer, when the city was annexed, said, we won't go into Howells Road. It is a demarcation. And now, I can't tell you, already the traffic, people are speeding all over the place. It isn't just that they're speeding. So anyway, remember the developer.
Thank you. The clerk can also make sure we all get copies of it. Thank you.
And next listed, Sarah Keeker-Wyckoff.
My name's Sarah Keeker-Wyckoff, and I live on Arrowhead Drive, and I've lived there since 1996. So I've participated in so many of these neighborhood meetings, and of course, Howells Road has always been extremely important to our neighborhood. And I just wanted to explain what Howells Road is, because there's a conversation about Mark Scheffel Road, where there was this sharing between the city and the county. But so since you haven't been out there before, we're talking about a 60-foot wide gravel road. It's not a Mark Scheffel, and it's also a dead-end road. So it's like 1.5 miles long from Old Ranch to where it dead ends to Howells Road. So we don't have those kind of issues that, say, a Mark Scheffel has, or just a rural neighborhood. I'm concerned about how kids take the shortest route possible. So living on Arrowhead, Milam, there's an intersection at Milam and Arrowhead that goes to Howells, and then if you do approve having this access road onto Howells, then they'll use that to access the high school and the elementary school. And so as you've heard that kids are meeting over at the 7-Eleven for their parents to pick them up, they'll do the same thing on Howells or Arrowhead or Mountain View. All of those rural roads, we're going to have children walking there trying to meet their parents to pick them up. And I guess I wanted to also say that I have a copy I'd like to leave you of planning from 2014, where it states that the minor master amendment plan, that there will be no access to Howells Road, but there is also a memo in here from Anita Ruiz with El Paso County Planning that says the same thing, that restricts access onto Howells Road. So why do we have these regulations, and why do we have all these meetings and say later that it doesn't matter what was agreed upon from 2014, because now the developer can do whatever they want? They picked this area and they knew the limitations of access to it. So if they need additional access, they need to go to the north, and they need to spend the money to build the bridge and make it safe for their residents as well as us, so that we don't have a problem when we have to evacuate, because there will probably be another fire. So I just wanted to say thank you for letting us talk today. I know it's been a lot of people, but this is our way of life. We don't live in the city, and to be annexed without our permission, not only are you saying the road itself, but also that the city would then provide fire protection and police protection. So everyone on Howells would no longer have county protection. They'd have to call the city to come and help them. And that's in your quitclaim deed. That's clause 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last person to sign in is Lon Kennedy.
Hello there. My name's Con Kennedy. I live on Howells Road. I've been there about 10 years. When I moved in 10 years ago, it was just Pine Creek High School. There was no houses whatsoever down behind there. Of course, now we have hundreds of houses, which I can understand. City expands, more people come in, we have developments. And I'm not against that at all, but what I am against is unsafe developments. Developments that don't have proper planning for fire escapes, emergency, etc. Also, on the particular place where I live in Howells Road, it is probably the most dangerous part of that road. My entrance gate comes out onto Howells Road, and immediately to the south, there's a blind hill. When you come over that hill, you cannot see what's on the other side. And even
with the traffic we have at the moment on Howells Road, it is dangerous with people going too fast down there, skidding off the road. People have ended up in my ditch and across the road. And if we're going to have a crease of traffic like they're talking about, it's only going to get way worse. I don't think they have a good plan for that. In the last 10 years, again, as everybody said, we've been hearing these meetings about all these promises the developer has made over the years that they would never access Howells Road. And that's all gone by the wayside. I don't think that's fair play. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was the last person on the sign-in sheet.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that didn't get a chance to sign in? Oh, sorry, sir. Just so we capture your comments on the record. Thank you.
I just wanted to, one, thank you, to extend an invitation. I'll provide the hot dogs and hamburgers, Cokes and water. Come to my place on Mountain View Drive and kick back and relax and find out what we're trying to express to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we get your name? Come on down. Thank you, Mr. Erker. Did you capture that? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Gustafson, and I'm the daughter of Pat Gustafson. These are my neighbors that I've known for quite some time. I grew up in Black Forest on Arrowhead. We used to play on the roads, go down the creek, etc. I was extremely concerned about this because hearing about this annexation in 1982, I have not been able to find those records of when they annexed Howells Road. Howells Road is a little dinky road. It was in the middle of nowhere. None of the ranches on the side that have now been developed were even planned to be sold at that point, nor was the Kettle Creek area. So I'm questioning if that road was annexed, truly annexed in 1982. Where are the records?
Go ahead. I think that's someone online who's wanting to make a comment after you, and it came over the speakers. Please proceed.
So in addition to that, I don't know if it was in fact annexed. Why are we doing the quitclaim deed? And was it just half the road? Again, this is, as my mom says, Howells Road is county forward. So that whole road, not half of it, any of that whole road is the delineation between the city and the county. If you take it over, you are allowing the city then to come into this whole residence in this area. And I think that is extremely wrong because the fire risk is occurring here, and I was affected by the Waldo Canyon fire. Those embers were all the way out on the corner of Milam and Old Ranch Road. People were stomping them out. And when the Black Forest fire happened, 2 miles away from Howells and Arrowhead and that whole area, 2 miles. And the only reason that it did not burn or catch fire is because the wind went in the wrong direction. Please understand, this is critically important. The developer agreed that they would not utilize or touch Howells in order to pass that development. They are breaking their word, and it's extremely upsetting that we have to stand up here, and fight for this property when they said to us multiple times, they even put up a fence to mark Howells Road on their property. It's not even on Howells Road. They put the fence up. They stated it over and over, and I do not believe that please do not quick claim this property. Please. Please.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken or ceded their time in the audience? Okay, is there anyone online? Okay. With that, I will bring it up here for discussion or questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. Do we have any approval criteria that's part of this or not? Okay. Just clarifying that. Thank you.
As far as I understand, I think Mr. Palmer's coming down, which is great because I have another question for him as well. But as far as I understand, this is a legislative executive function. And so we do not have the statutory criteria that we do in a land use item.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
You know what? I will just jump right in here. I heard you say earlier that, Mr. Palmer, that that really that if an access permit for Howells Road, let's say it's just as today. If an access permit application were filled out for Howells Road, and it met our ECM criteria, that we would not have the ability to deny that permit. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I can say 100% confidence that the county engineer and their responsible charge and the position that I hold as the administrator for the engineering criteria manual would not have any basis to deny access to that road. Now, what the board may choose to do or to not do is not up to me, but as far as my position as the county engineer, no.
Okay, thank you. A follow on from Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that from your perspective, it's about the engineering criteria manual and so forth. But some of the residents have presented that there was previous documentation saying that there would be no additional access to Howells Road. And so now my question is, to the documents that have made that statement, I'm just interested in knowing what's the context of those words. In other words, was that done in the context of the development that's already taken place, or was that done more broadly about just any access to Howells Road? And I don't know the answer to the question. And it just kind of comes down to what was the context of those statements? I don't know if that's not an engineering, that's not an ECM question, though. That's more of a policy question. So it might not be in your purview to answer that, but maybe it's county attorney's office or something.
Thank you, Ms. Seco.
Lori Sego, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Without having seen the documents, Commissioner, I have no idea what the context is. I'd have to review those and try to backtrack 20 years, 14 years, whatever the case may be, and go back to, determine where those statements were made and when and by whom. And so I can't answer that today.
Thank you. And I don't know the answer either, but it could have been done in the context of no access to Howells Road based on the previous development, or it maybe could have been no access to Howells Road based on any development. I just don't know the answer.
And to the extent that those statements were made by city staff or city officials, this being a county road, those aren't binding anyway. It may be that they were made in the context of a particular development, and perhaps it was the context of, we won't approve a development that proposes access to Howells Road. I don't know, but the city has no control over our roads, and so they would not be in a position to state whether or not future access could or would be granted.
And my clarifying question would be, because I also saw a note where it said emergency access only, but now full access. So same question as to what restrictions those would have legally been bound by or not.
No, sir. At this point, the public comment on this item is closed. Thank you.
Somebody left eyeglasses up here?
It is. Holly, did you have a question or comment?
No, I'm just listening right now. I think the content, well, I don't have any more proof than Lori would have. I'd have to see the document that says whether or not we had no access to Hell's Road. It was probably a condition of a previous development's approval because was the developer that developed the first 2 phases of Kettle Creek, and now it's owned by a different developer. So that would be going pretty far back in city, not pretty far back, it'd be going back to, it sounds like 2014 in city planning documents. So.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, the packet that one of the citizens passed out, it was distributed to all of us and includes that information. So. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple additional questions. One is, you've been pretty clear that, this is an administrative decision moving forward. So even if we were to deny today this quitclaim deed, if access is requested, it's going to be permitted. It's not something that comes back before this board. It will be automatically permitted. My question to you is there any significant difference between how we would deal with an access situation in terms of what that road would end up looking like and the requirements that would be placed on a developer versus what the city would require?
In my experience in working with the city and not having a side-by-side comparison of the criteria, but my understanding, my experience is that the county and the city's criteria is fairly similar. There are not very many differences. What you may or may not get with regards to improvements is not going to be substantially different whether the county owns it or the city owns it. Typically what guides and what provides context for what improvements may be necessary is related to roadway classification and how you analyze and assess and assign data to traffic studies. And these are typically industry standards, so standards that everybody follows. So there may be slight differences in the criteria between the county and the city, but there wouldn't be any substantial difference in my experience, my understanding with what you would get with regards to improvements.
Thank you. And so I'm not exactly sure who's going to be best able to answer this next piece. But so it seemed like there was a statement made about fire and police services and those folks who currently live in unincorporated county. And I just want to get some clarification. If we know what fire and police services are currently responding on this stretch of road, how that would change, and then how the houses would be affected, because those are obviously 2 different pieces there. So if they're still in unincorporated county, my understanding is if they have to call fire or for law enforcement, that it would still fall under the sheriff's office if their homes are in unincorporated county versus the road. Is that piece changing for them in their homes if we do this?
If this is approved, it would not affect the services that are provided to private property. So those that remain in the unincorporated county would still be served by their fire districts, by the sheriff's office, by their existing services. What would change is the road itself. So for example, if there's a fire in the middle of the road, then the city fire department would respond. If there is an accident on the road, city police would be responsible for it rather than state patrol or the sheriff's office.
And so today, because there's joint ownership of that road, is the sheriff currently responding?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so that would be the shift. But again, the private property, the homes piece, it would not change for their homes because they would still remain in the unincorporated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you. This may be a tough question to answer as well, because perhaps this may have been discussed extensively in some of the city's planning deliberations, and I haven't seen it in the documentation. Maybe I've just missed it or whatever, but has there been any conversation or discussion about this development actually being accessed from the development immediately to the south? So instead of going east to Howells Road, it would go south to the existing development. And I don't know, has that been under consideration, and was it denied by the city for some reason, or has it not been thought of, or what's the situation with that?
Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Should I go ahead? Okay. Good afternoon. City Traffic Engineer Todd Frisbee. No, there would still be access. That whole development runs, if you look at, I think you may have been provided the map, there would be access to the entire development to the south. There would.
So the access to Howells is in addition to that?
Yes, it is in addition to.
I see.
To that, yes.
And the rationale for that? What's the rationale from city planning for having both of those access points?
Well, what's driving that is the requirement from our fire marshal Brett Lacey wanting that additional access to the east to Howells Road. Does that make sense?
So the fire marshal is requesting that. Okay. Well, I'm in a little bit of a quandary because I guess what would be the fire marshal's requirement? Would the requirement be 2 ingress and 2 egress? Is that the requirement?
Yes, the fire marshal is requiring that it be not gated, that it would be open for, we would call it a secondary access for that area for emergency and evacuation purposes. But it's been his experience, I'll try to speak for him a little bit, that gated access is not maintained as well as they would like. And so his preference is to provide that as an open access. It wouldn't be a public road, it'd be a private road, but it would be open for anyone to use it at any time.
I guess maybe, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Sure,
because
no problem.
There's probably some conversations about deliberations that took place over in the city, which I've not been privy to, but to the question of the development to the south, it is a fairly long length, whatever that northern road is on that development. Was there consideration for the idea of 2 access and egress points on that northern road of the southern development, one further to the west and one further to the east? Was that ever discussed?
Further to, you mean west toward, Powers Boulevard, if there was ever?
No, I mean both of those access points going into that development to the south. I don't know what the name of the road is. Thunder Mountain Avenue.
Yes, right.
Like so the requirement is 2 ingress and egress points.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a possibility of considering that on 2 different locations on Thunder Mountain Road, one on the west side of Thunder Mountain Road and one on the east side of Thunder Mountain Road? Has that been discussed?
No, I do not know. I think it's on the west side of Thunder Mountain Road. It's, Powers, it's pretty well developed. There would be, to get access to that property to the north that we're talking about, probably you couldn't get access that way to the west, other than, getting access to Powers. But as I said earlier, access to Powers is not possible.
Right.
Yeah.
It has sounded to me from a previous testimony made this morning that access to Powers is problematic no matter how you try to address this.
It's highly, highly unlikely.
Yeah, that's probably a reasonable comment.
Yes.
But like, I just don't know if the city has done any traffic studies to consider the idea of 2 ingress and exit points on that Thunder Mountain Avenue, and what that would mean, what kind of impact that would or would not have with the rest of the community. It would mean everybody's coming out, including the new development on Old Ranch Road. That's what that would mean. But I just don't know, like, have they done a study to see if that's a choice?
The choice, access to the west, they have, I don't, from a developer point of view, I don't know what in terms of their road planning and access, I'm not privy to that. What I see is their proposed development plan, their traffic study related to that development plan, and then this ask for additional access to Howells Road as another egress point for that particular area. Because if that area to the north, the proposed development is quite far north of Old Ranch Road, and so having a secondary access is, beneficial for the fire department and even for residents that live in that area.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Of course, just because of the terrain and, state requirements and so forth, access to Powers is problematic, and access north is costly.
It is, yes, it is costly to build a bridge over.
Not impossible, just costly. So, and I guess even if it were going north, it would probably not. I don't know if they would even allow access on 83 because that's also a state road. So I don't know if it would have to go all the way up to Shoup Road or something. But
there is some access between, if I recall, some access between Shoup and Powers already. But this developer, I don't know who owns the land to the north. Yeah, so that's up to. I just know it would be a costly endeavor to build that bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. If we could keep shouting and comments from the audience at a minimum, we're working hard to really fully give this item the full attention it needs. You've all been great and respectful and very patient this morning, but I think we have some further questions, and I hope that is indicative of how seriously we're taking this and really trying to consider some difficult things here. Commissioner Geithner.
I don't think that I have any particular further questions on this issue. I guess I do want to, while we're all asking questions and trying to understand something that is out of our jurisdiction, I would just say trying to focus in on the item at hand, which, all of those other pieces of whether they're considering and where these roads are going to go and the development is not something that we're going to be able to influence because it's out of our jurisdiction. So really trying to narrow in on what our role is, what our legal responsibility is on this. And I'll reserve any additional comments. I'm not sure if Commissioner Williams has anything else, but I don't think I have any additional questions. I think those have all been answered for me at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I do have a comment, and the reason why I asked for a different resolution, which would make it contingent upon the city approval, is, obviously we're not privy to the city's development process. We are not, we don't understand what their standards are. We have what our standards are, but we don't know, you know, exactly what the fire marshal wants. And the one thing we do know is that CDOT has denied access to powers there, and that's making this very problematic. And I have been in the area and I have driven the area. I know that when they put in a traffic circle at Old Ranch in Cordera Crest, and it was just a one-lane traffic circle, which was a really bad one, but they weren't able to get the properties around to make it a bigger traffic circle. They put in the biggest one they could. But I think the reason why I wanted the second option on the resolution is because I do not want to give Howells Road to the city unless that development is approved. And I think that is city council's jurisdiction, and it's their sole jurisdiction. Now, if the city council approves it and we're required to grant access, then subsequently, I do not want county taxpayers and, you know, all of us as county taxpayers to pay to maintain a road that is a city road, because that should be left to the city. They have more funding to do those kind of maintenance efforts. And so that's why I asked for a deed contingent upon what city council does. Because truthfully, at the end of the day, we do not know what city council is going to do. Because we're going to have a whole new city council here, you know, when this development is considered. So those were my that was my request for the second deed.
And so, Commissioner Williams, is that a motion? Or does anyone else have?
Yes. If Commissioner Vanderwerf, he has the language for the motion, I believe. Or do you?
I do.
Yeah. That would be the motion I would make, is to make the transfer of Howells Road contingent upon what city council decides to do.
With the chair's permission, could I read this into the record as Commissioner Williams' motion? Would that be
For
acceptable?
clarification, yes, that would be fine. I believe it was also there were two resolutions presented this morning, one that was in the packet, one that Ms. Sego presented, and it's my understanding that we're now talking about the alternative one she presented this morning, which will include the following language.
Okay, what I'd like to do, Commissioner Williams, is I'll read the proposed motion, which would have this contingency requirement that you mentioned, and then at that point, you can just let us know if you accept that as your motion. Any objection on that? Okay, let me go ahead and proceed. Commissioner Williams, I think this would be your motion. I move to approve the resolution with the following additional language. Be it further resolved that board approval is conditioned upon approval by the City of Colorado Springs of the pending PUD application for the Kettle Creek North development. If the application is approved, the chair or vice chair shall have the authority to sign the attached quit claim deed without further action by this board.
Yes, that is the motion that I would prefer. That is the motion I'll make.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I do have some comments. These are always hard things, and I understand that people come to these meetings with lots of different emotions and lots of concerns, and there have been several things stated. To be honest, it is very easy, and I understand, as someone who distrusts government as much as anybody, it is very easy to come and, to be honest with you, to think of the worst of the folks that sit up here. But there are a couple of things I'd like to clarify, because this is not a land use issue, and we do have a little more a little more latitude to speak on some of these things. Number one, I live in the unincorporated part of the county. I ran for this office because I live in the unincorporated part of this county, and I care very deeply about all of the residents that live here. I grew up on a dirt road, and I too have experienced what you are going through. And while it is very, very difficult, it is also my job to not be dishonest with you. And so I'm being honest with you today. And I'm saying to you that the reason that I am supporting this motion is because I could deny this and you could all walk out of here feeling really happy, and that road's gonna happen anyway because it cannot be denied because of our engineering criteria manual, because that is what it takes to get access. And so I could play politics and I could make you all happy today, but it would be a lie because I cannot stop what is happening at the city even if I wanted to do that today. So I'm being honest with you. At the end of the day, we do not have the ability to overreach as a government and stick our hands into this mess when we have an engineering criteria manual that says, if you meet these criteria, the government does not get to take away your ability to have access. That's what government is. I talked this morning in several of my comments about the government not being overly involved in people's lives, and I saw a lot of heads nodding. This is one of those situations that is on the other side. We have to follow the rules and the laws. We are a nation of rules and laws. And so that's what this is about today. So this vote does not change, nor would voting the opposite way change what the city decides to do. So that is my reason for supporting this, contingent on if the city makes that move to approve that development. That is the only option that we have, is if that development is not approved, then we can retain control of this road, and it would stay, if no access is requested, it would stay the way that it is.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated earlier, this is the version that I disagreed with because, one, if it makes sense to give the road over to the city, then it makes sense to give the road over to the city, not contingent on this or that or whatever. I did also say that there's two separate issues here, but I'll be honest, I don't like the way, looking at some of the information here, that it looks like the city transportation is bait and switching some of the residents in the roads, and I don't like that either. So I'll be voting no on the first issue, that if it made sense to give it over, it made sense to give it over. Putting contingencies on this doesn't make any sense, and so I'll be opposing.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
I have a few.
Commissioner Williams.
I just have a few comments. So I know I made the motion. That's more to facilitate this meeting and moving it on. I deeply feel for the neighbors here. And so I'm actually voting against my own motion because I do want the neighbors to still have their Howells Road. And I know that the previous developer had worked hard to make sure that there was that division between that development and Howells Road. It's, as I say, I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place, or even just a rock and a rock here, because I think Commissioner Geithner's comments should be taken to heart very seriously, because we do not want a county-owned road where we subsequently, because of legal matters in providing for our tax-paying citizens for the whole county, end up having to maintain a road that the city should be maintaining. We run on too tight of a budget to have to do that, but I do understand the concerns here of the residents, so I did want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to make some comments about this as well, as far as the in the process of the conversation here and the testimony brought before us, and I appreciate it very much. I remain concerned about this particular motion and second as well, because what I don't have an answer to is whether or not 2 access points can be done through Thunder Mountain Road, and whether or not that causes a traffic issue that would be unsafe, and this becomes on this particular point, a balancing issue about ensuring that the citizens there can evacuate should there be a fire. Is there a better approach on that by providing access on Thunder Mountain Road, or is there a better approach by having one to Thunder Mountain and one to Howell? And the problem is I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that question. The other question that I have is whether or not there were any commitments made, even if it might have been 15 years ago, with regard to future access to Howells Road. Apparently that was a condition of the previous development. It's just not, I just don't know if it was a condition generally speaking or a condition just for that particular development. And it is important, I think, to understand that. For example, if it was done by a resolution, that is one thing, but if it was just embedded in a planning documents do have to change because communities and regions do change. So if it was in planning alone, then it may be of less importance than whether or not it was done under some form of a resolution. Now, even in a resolution, it could be voted to be different by this board or chosen to be different by this board. But I have to say that to the particular motion and second that was made, and comparing that to just a quit claim deed today, I very much prefer the motion, which has the contingency on what the city would do, because there's still work that the city has to do to make sure that this would be a proper design. But now when you compare the particular motion to my comfort in supporting it or not supporting it, compare that to some of these questions where I don't have any answer, that leaves me with a continued concern about even the motion, even though that this motion would be a better choice than just a strict quit claim deed. So in this particular case, I am not comfortable voting in yay for this. And I will vote nay. And what I would like to see is to get answers to these questions. And we can still, I think, pursue a quit claim deed. And I will tell you that it will be, if this is approved by City Council, it'll be essential to do that, because we have a problematic environment on this road between both the city and the county, and we will need to work to address that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. I think that at this point we will call the question. And so there is a motion and a second.
I do have an additional comment.
You have Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The concerns presented are valid. What we're voting on today will have no impact on that, however. And I think that is we can get the answers to all of those questions, but we cannot change the outcome regardless, and this will end up going through and getting administratively approved, whether we get the answers or we don't get the answers, not if the city approves it. So I'm just pointing out here that for the sake of transparency, it'd be great to have those answers, but that is not going to change. It doesn't change. It will be administratively. It will not even come to us again if that access is requested. So I just want to point that out. That's the real issue here today, is the legal realities that we have to work within. So while I appreciate the concerns very much about the traffic patterns, I'm just going to point out again, we can deny this today and there will be virtually no change to the outcome for these residents.
And I'll actually follow that up a little bit as well. I think I understand where Commissioner Gonzalez is coming from with, hey, it's either, if we're keeping the issue to the issue today and clarifying whether there is a quit claim deed on a half of a section of a county road, then it's either the right thing to do it or it's not. However, in the context of basically our not having any jurisdiction over what development is approved around it, and but knowing that it will absolutely, the development that could be approved around it will absolutely have an impact on our unincorporated county residents. I think that it's, that's really what we're considering. And I think that Commissioner Williams' alternative motion with the quitclaim deed being contingent on development approval actually still gives us the only jurisdictional chance we have to protect the residents that live in that area. And it's not a comfortable place to be in. I do not enjoy these difficult decisions when particularly we have absolutely no recourse, no jurisdiction, and I'm being told, according to our own engineering criteria manual, no way to influence what can happen in that area. I do believe that some of the questions that Commissioner Vanderwerf was asking about alternative access points, unfortunately, even those alternatives, they're not ours to answer. Those questions are not in our jurisdiction either. Sir? Thank you for maintaining your decorum. We were all very patient in listening to all of your concerns. We're taking it very seriously. I would ask the same for 3 minutes. This is difficult. I do think that Commissioner Williams' alternative is maybe the only tool we have at this moment to protect you. I think there is a motion on the table, and I will call the roll. Does anyone need clarification on the motion?
I have one additional comment.
Commissioner Guy.
Because I wanted to address this issue of it's either right or it's not the right thing. And it's a really interesting question to ponder here. My understanding of the reason that we're maintaining this road is because it is a gravel road, and the city, quite frankly, doesn't have a whole lot of gravel roads to maintain. It makes a lot more sense for the county, who's accustomed to maintaining those kinds of roads. And so to some extent, sure, giving it over to the city would alleviate that, but I would like to keep maintaining that road and keep it a gravel road for those residents if we don't end up with a situation where we have additional traffic, that's not going to stay that way, because that makes the most sense from a perspective of the county. Again, has the know-how and equipment, and that's what we do. We maintain a lot of gravel roads, and I don't want to speak for the city here, but I'm just guessing that it would be not in the best situation to ask the city to maintain a gravel road. So to me, and I'm just, if we quitclaim it over without this amendment and without having an access, it may be in the city's best interest to look at paving that road earlier than maybe the county would. So again, that's a lot of speculation, but that's my reasoning, if you will, on whether it's not just as clear as it's either the right thing or it's not, is that additional traffic, that additional access, if it were to come by way of the city's decision, really does change the environment in which that road needs to be maintained. And that to me is the big difference between who should be maintaining that road and what is best for residents.
Thank you. All right. The motion is to approve the quitclaim deed with the amendment previously read on the record that makes it contingent upon development approval that is outside of our jurisdiction. Commissioner Williams.
No.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Nay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Nay.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That motion fails 3-2. Are there any other motions?
I would make a motion, this Commissioner Williams, I do want to make a motion for the other resolution as well. I do believe that Commissioner Gonzalez may have some points here, and let's go ahead, I guess, and have a vote on the other resolution.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'm going to call the question. Is there any further discussion? There is a motion on the table for the original quitclaim deed as included in the packet, and that has been motioned, and okay. That fails to receive a second. That action also fails. Okay. Mr. County Attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you advise procedurally here what?
Madam
what this
Chair, I
means?
believe that the second motion, what you had just placed on a record, was that it failed for lack of a second.
Correct.
So I believe that this matter is resolved.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
And thank you to all who attended.
Okay, that was item number 12 on our 9 a.m. meeting of the Board of County Commissioners from this morning. Item number 13.
Item number 13 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item number 14.
Item number 14 is the addendum, and there are no addendums today.
Item number 15.
Item number 15 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
Okay, this morning meeting is adjourned. Quick housekeeping item. The land use meeting scheduled for 1 p.m. We'll resume as soon as we can. I will get you a time in just a minute. Adjourned.